Hey, how are you, Kunal?
I am fine, sir.
Doing well, Kunal.
Thank you so much, sir.
Keep it up, keep it up.
दीपक सर सबका ऑडियो चेक करवा लें एक बार, है ना? जो भी गेस्ट वगैरह है ऑडियो वीडियो चेक करवा लें एक बार।
कुणाल सर,
हाँ सर,
एक बार मुझे स्पीक जो गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर्स है वगैरह उनके नाम एक बार मुझे बता दीजिए।
हाँ, ओके सर। Good morning participants. Good morning Ankita ma'am, Dr. Ankita, you are welcome. I welcome all the participants who are joining us, and meanwhile we'll shortly begin with the inaugural ceremony as we have decided, that is from 10 a.m. which will be followed by 2 technical sessions. Right now we are waiting for our honorable guests and chief guests to arrive. As soon as we'll all be connected, we'll check all the audios and we'll start off with the session. Fine. Thank you all for being so patient. Welcome Rohini Sharma. I welcome all the participants. Welcome all of you. Thanks for being so patient. We would start off hopefully in 5 to 6 minutes from now. Thank you so much for joining in such high numbers. I once again welcome you on the behalf of RKGIT Parivar to the FDP. Thank you so much. Be patient. We'll start off soon. Please be patient. Deepak sir.
हाँ सर।
Deepak sir, Mr. Ravi Pratiwari has joined. Please make him.
ओके सर। मिस्टर रवीश प्रकाश तिवारी।
Okay, Deepak sir, so I think I welcome Sanjay Swami ji. He has also joined us. Sir, please check your audio and video. You are visible, sir. Please check your audio.
जी नमस्कार।
नमस्कार सर, बहुत बहुत आपका स्वागत है सर।
मैं संजय स्वामी जी धन्यवाद। अभी तक राजकुमार कॉलेज हम सड़क से जाते हुए देखते थे गांव पे, आज आपके कॉलेज में पहुंच गए हैं। और यदि लॉकडाउन ना होता, जैसा मुझे जानकारी मिलेगी 3000 पर रजिस्ट्रेशन कल तक हो चुका था, तो आज शायद हम जाम में फंसे होते।
अरे सर मैं बिल्कुल मैं बताऊंगा सर, अराउंड 3200 के आसपास रजिस्ट्रेशंस है 13 डिफरेंट कंट्रीज से। आई विल ब्रीफ इट इन माय स्पीच। थैंक यू फॉर बीइंग विद अस सर, थैंक यू सो मच, इट्स अ प्लेजर। दीपक सर प्लीज चेक द ऑडियो ऑफ तिवारी सर। आरपी तिवारी जी का ऑडियो चेक करवाइए। Tiwari sir, please unmute yourself and check your audio, sir, please. Meanwhile, I again welcome all the participants. Thanks for joining us in such high numbers. We are about to start the program as scheduled on 10 o'clock. Probably 2 or 3 minutes more because we are waiting for our guests to arrive. As soon as they arrive, we shall start off. I can see the convener, Dr. Pawan.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Okay. Tiwari sir, please get your audio checked. The RP Tiwari ji, please get your audio checked. I request head sir, Dr. Yadav, Dr. RK Yadav sir.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
I think RP Tiwari sir is not present here. Please tell him to get his audio checked because we have to start off soon. Please contact him.
वीडियो कॉल कीजिए ना, वीडियो में।
And Dr. Has Dr. Kapoor, Rajiv Kapoor joined us? Has Dr. Kapoor joined us?
आप बार-बार उसको कर रहे हैं ना?
This is Kadravan.
Kunal,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Kunal, I spoke to Dr. Rajiv. Shortly we'll be joining.
Okay, we'll wait, sir. We'll wait.
Shortly we'll be logging, right?
Yes, yes, we are waiting. We are waiting. Meanwhile, I would again request Ravi Prakash Tiwari ji to please check his audio once, please, sir.
Yes, sir.
Please get your audio checked, sir.
Hi, Professor. This is Kadravan. Good morning.
हाँ?
डॉक्टर यादव जी, आप तिवारी जी से बात कर लीजिए, उनके यहाँ थोड़ी प्रॉब्लम रहती है नेटवर्क की, क्योंकि वो चेक नहीं कर रहे अपना, एक बार देख लीजिए।
Sir, good morning, Sanjay Swami ji.
जी
मैं उससे बात कर रहा हूँ सर।
Good morning.
गुड मॉर्निंग सर।
मैं प्रोफेसर सोमशेखर, डायरेक्टर of the institution, sir. Thanks for accepting our invitation.
Okay.
We are highly grateful to you.
थैंक यू सर।
डॉक्टर यादव
सर,
बहुत एको आ रहा है।
एको आ रहा है सर, कहाँ से?
हाँ,
अभी सर
बहुत एको। हाँ,
चेक करवाते सर। हाँ, चेक करवाते सर। दीपक सर, पटेल सर, जरा चेक करिए इको कहाँ से आ रहा है, म्यूट करिए उनको। दीपक कुमार सर, वैभव सर, पटेल सर।
Yes, sir.
इको चेक करिए, इको कहाँ से आ रहा है।
Okay, sir.
I once again welcome all the participants. Thank you for joining in such high numbers and thanks for being so patient. We'll start off with the ceremony soon. We are waiting for our guests to arrive. As soon as they'll arrive, we'll start off with the session. I welcome all of you.
Kunal sir, I think Atul Kothari sir is with us.
He's joined us. Our
Yes,
honorable
sir.
chief guest, Shri Atul Kothari, has joined us. Please get his audio checked. Kothari sir, are you with us? Please welcome to the FDP. HOD sir, Yadav sir, has Kothari ji joined us, sir? Please confirm, sir.
हाँ, कोठारी जी साथ में है हमारे, अतुल भाई आ गए हैं, अभी उनका माइक बंद है।
अच्छा सर, ठीक है। दीपक सर, इनका ऑडियो चेक कराएं सर, फिर आई थिंक वी आर ओके टू गो नाउ।
Okay, sir.
Kunal,
Yes, sir.
for Dr. Raju Kapoor.
We are waiting, sir. We are waiting for him also.
I am already there.
Okay, sir.
So Dr. Rajiv is there. Sir, please get your video and audio both checked, sir. Please get your video also checked, sir.
Yeah. Now you can see the video.
Yes, sir. It's fine, sir.
It's fine. Huh?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, welcome, sir. So Kapoor sir has also joined. I think all of us have joined. Now we are just waiting for the audio and video check of our honorable chief guest, and we'll start off soon. Meanwhile, thank you for joining in such high numbers. I again welcome all of you. I welcome all the participants to the Online FDP being organized by the Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, RKGIT Ghaziabad. Thank you for being so patient. We'll start off with the inauguration ceremony soon, and which will be followed by the 2 technical sessions. Thanks for being so patient. We'll start off with 2 minutes. Just be with us. Thank you so much.
Kunal, please check the audio of Professor Ravi Prakash Tiwari. Just inform him.
Tiwari ji, please go ahead if you can speak.
Yes. Am I audible?
You are very much audible, sir. Please
Okay,
get your video also checked. Get your
video
checked
I have
also.
already checked the video.
Okay,
Yes.
sure, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay. Now Kapoor sir is audible. Director sir is audible. Everyone is audible. I suppose the Kothari sir's technicalities we have to check now, and then we shall start off. Deepak sir, I request you.
Yes, sir.
Please stay in touch with head sir and get the audio and video checked of Kothari ji, please, as soon as possible. We have to start off. Okay.
Okay.
Hello.
डॉक्टर साहब, अतुल भाई जी 10:30 तक आएंगे, 10:30 तक पहुंच आएंगे.
हाँ, नहीं मैंने इनको बता दिया था. Actually he will be ready around his own time, but at the same time I can ask somebody sitting over there to get the audio checked.
Okay, right? Sir, that is fine. We shall start off, and then he'll join us.
Yeah, he will join in.
नमस्कार
जी बिट्टू जी.
आवाज कट रही है इनकी.
बहुत इको है सर, बहुत इको है. चेक करिए सर कनेक्शन अपना. बहुत इको है सर.
हाँ नमस्कार.
हाँ नमस्कार. वेलकम सर. नाउ यू आर ऑडिबल सर.
आवाज आ रही है ठीक हमारी?
अब ठीक आ रही है.
ठीक है भाई साहब.
Okay, so I think that our chief guest is occupied somewhere else, so he'll be joining us shortly, and we'll start off within seconds now. Just wait. Thanks for joining us in such high numbers. We'll start off soon. We'll start off in probably in a minute or 2.
Dr. Ravi Prakash Tiwari ji. Sir, good morning. I am Professor Somsekhar, Director of the institution. Hello, Dr. Ravi Prakash Tiwari ji.
Yes, sir.
Sir, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Sir, thanks for accepting our invitation. It is in a personal this one.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Deepak, can you check the status of the Facebook and YouTube that is streaming live now properly?
Yes, sir. The streaming is going on both the platforms.
Both the platforms?
Yes, sir.
So all is set from your side?
Yes, sir.
So I think everybody joined. It's better if we can start now.
Sure, sir. Meanwhile, I got a message on WhatsApp, so a participant had not received the link. So I'm just sending it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Akshat join kiye kya?
Sir,
no, sir. He is busy.
Please just
Okay.
convey the message that he's busy. He's in Delhi right now, so
Okay,
he's
okay.
not able to join.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so sorry for the delay, sir. I was just replying to some of the participants because they were unable to join, so I was just sending them the links. And now I think we are good to go. Director, sir?
Yeah, start. Kunal, go ahead, please.
Yes. Okay, so good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A big heart isn't been on seeking power, status, or recognition for itself. A big heart cares for the needs of the weak and the small. Maybe that's why not everyone is called to be a teacher. If you are planning for a year, sow rice. If you are planning for a decade, plant trees. If you are planning for a lifetime, educate people. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The warmth of the day goes out to the dears and the eminence. I, Kunal, on the behalf of RKGIT Parivar, extend a warm welcome to all of you on this prestigious occasion of the inaugural ceremony of the Faculty Development Program on Exposure and Rejuvenation of Technologies in Changed Era of the World, being organized by Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, RKGIT. We are privileged to have amongst us Shri Dinesh Goyalji in absentia, Chairman RKG Group of Institutions, Shri Akshat Goyalji in absentia, Vice Chairman RKG Group of Institutions, Shri Atul Kothari ji, our Honorable Chief Guest, he would be joining us shortly, Professor R.P. Tiwari ji, distinguished guest, Shri Sanjay Swami ji, our Honorable Guest of Honor, Professor Rajiv Kapoor ji, distinguished guest, Dr. Lakshman Prasad ji, Group Director R&D RKG Group of Institutions, Dr. D.K. Chauhan, Executive Director RKG Group, Dr. D.R. Somashekar, Director RKGIT, Shri H.G. Garg, Dean Student Welfare RKGIT, Dr. Puneet Chandra Srivastav, Dean Second Shift RKGIT, Dr. Pawan Kumar Shukla, the convener of the program. Well, friends, quoting the words of Professor D.B. Phatak from IIT Bombay, the two most noble professions in the world are that of a teacher and a soldier. Because the teacher empowers the nation and the soldier defends the empowerment. Whatever the current crisis and pandemic situation may lead to, both the teachers and soldiers have to keep doing their part to keep the nation empowered. As teachers, it becomes our prime responsibility to keep updating and learning about our concerned fields because teaching and learning always goes hand in hand. This online faculty development program is an effort in the direction of constant knowledge updation and exposure to recent technologies to our dear participants. It gives me immense pleasure to apprise you all that nearly 3,200 participants have registered for this FDP from several countries like Indonesia, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Malaysia, North Sumatra, Oman, Malawi, Philippines, Riau, Uzbekistan, and Surabaya. This faculty development program will continue till 10th of July, and on each day, our keynote speakers will impart the knowledge of recent technologies to our participants. Before I would like to bring in the director, sir, for the welcome address, I would like to say off a quote from Martin Luther King, which says that if you can't fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. But wherever you are, you have to keep moving forward, and we all will keep moving forward. I would now like to bring in the director of the institution, Dr. D.R. Somashekar, for the welcome address, please. Welcome, sir. Ready to go. Go ahead, sir, please.
Thank you, Kunal.
Yes, sir, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Chief Guest of the program, Shri Atul Kothari ji, National Secretary, Shiksha Sanskriti Utthan Nyas, New Delhi. Respected guests of honor, Shri Sanjay Swami ji, Deputy Secretary, Shiksha Sanskriti Utthan Nyas, New Delhi. Dr. Rajiv Kapoor, Professor ECE Department, DTU Delhi. Professor R.P. Tiwari, MNIT, Prayagraj. Respected Vice Chairman, in his absence, Mr. Akshat Goyal. Respected invited speakers, HOD of the department, Dr. R.K. Yadav, convener of the program, Dr. Pavan Kumar Shukla, professor of EC department, the complete family of RKGIT participants from national and international institutions, faculty members from AKTU affiliated institutions, more than all, beloved students and friends. At the outset, I deem this as my proud and privilege to welcome Honorable Chief Guest of the day, Kothari ji. Sir, in spite of your busy schedule, you made it convenient to grace the occasion. Sir, on behalf of the management and on my own behalf, I wholeheartedly welcome you, sir. It is our pleasure and honor to welcome all our guests of honor, Sri Sanjay Swami, Professor RFP Tiwari, and Professor Rajiv Kapoor. Sir, on behalf of the management and on my own behalf, wholeheartedly welcome you, sirs. I also extend a warm welcome to all the speakers of the 5 days faculty development program on exposure and rejuvenation of technologies in a changed era of the world. It is a great honor for us to extend a wholehearted welcome for all the participants from India and abroad. I also extend an affectionate welcome to all the students participants. Friends, at the outset, I congratulate the department head, Dr. RK Yadav and his team for organizing a 5-day FDP on exposure and rejuvenation of technologies in changed era of the world. And I welcome complete family of RKGIT. Friends, there is an exponential growth of technology in the era of the year 2020. The growth and developments are taking place in all fields, be it in a technology, be it in agriculture, be it in the medicine, aerospace, etc. But in my opinion, the pandemic of COVID-19 brought a significant change. I may say it is a revolutionary change in the digital era, and there is a paradigm shift in the teaching learning process. So this is a boon for all the educational institutions. This workshop is and will be a rejuvenation of the technological changes, because galaxy of renowned speakers deliberating on the developed topics and their applications. My humble submission to all the faculty is the future will be a combination of a conventional and digital mode of learning. So you all take the best advantage of the program. My advice to all the students is, friends, be ready to welcome the digital mode of learning. Friends, life is full of choices. Keep developing the technical skills, persuasion skills, and prioritize skills for the growth of personal and the country. I wish all the success of the 5 days FDP, and once again, I wholeheartedly welcome you all, one and all. Thank you very much. Jai Hind. Over to Kunal.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Without wasting much time, I would like to request our honorable captain of the ship, the head of the department, Dr. RK Yadav ji, to please come in and kindly brief us all about the faculty development program, please. Over to you, Dr. Yadav. Over to you. Deepak, sir.
Yes, sir.
Over to Dr. Yadav, please.
Kunal, ask him to unmute the mic.
Professor Yadav, you can unmute yourself and go ahead, please. Head, sir. Chodi, sir. You are ready to go. Go ahead, please. HOD sir, you are audible,
Yeah.
sir. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go further. Go ahead, sir. And brief us about the FDP, please.
Thank you, Kunal.
Yes, sir. Okay. Go ahead.
Good morning to all of you. Greetings of the day. I welcome all of you to the FDP on the exposure and rejuvenation of technologies in change era of the world. Being organized by Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, RKGIT, Ghaziabad. We are delighted to have with us Sri Atul Kothari ji. He is the National Secretary at Shiksha Sanskriti Uthan NAS, New Delhi. Sri Sanjay Swami ji is the guest of honor today. He is also the Vice Secretary at the Vice National Secretary at Shiksha Sanskriti Uthan NAS, New Delhi. Honorable Sri Dinesh Goyal ji, Chairman, RKG Group of Institutions in absentia. Sri Akshat Goyal ji, Vice Chairman, RKG Group of Institutions in absentia. Dr. Professor Rajiv Kapoor is a distinguished guest of the function today and also the keynote speaker. I welcome sir. Professor R.P. Tiwari, distinguished guest from MNIT Allahabad. Dr. Lakshmi Prasad, Group Director, RKG Group of Institutions. Dr. D.K. Chauhan, Executive Director, RKG Group. Dr. D.R. Somashekar, Director, RKGIT. Sri H.G. Garg, Dean Student Welfare, RKGIT. Dr. Punit Chand Srivastava, Dean, Second Sheet, RKGIT. Dr. Pawan Kumar Shukla, Convener of the program, all the head of departments and my dear faculty members and dear participants from various institutions. This one-week faculty development program is an attempt of the Department of Electronics and Communication to provide the exposure and platform to the faculty members and research scholars across the globe. In the time of current pandemic situation, we organized this FDP to promote the knowledge of recent technologies to the participating members. I'm happy to inform that more than 3,000 participants have registered for it from 13 different countries. I hope this FDP will be a great experience for all of you. I express my deepest sense of gratitude to our distinguished speakers for giving the valuable time to impart knowledge to the participants. I would like to thank respected director sir for being a constant motivation to all of us for conducting such events. Once again, I thank our management who provided us for this FDP event. We will continue to organize such events in near future for benefits of faculties, research scholars, and society. Once again, I welcome all dignitaries, all guests, all participants from various institutions, and all faculty members of the RKGIT Parivar. Welcome all, and I hope that this FDP is going to give the very good knowledge, very good exposure to all of you. Thanking you. Thanks, Kunal. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. And now it's time to bring in our honorable distinguished guest, and who will also take one of the technical sessions. He's also a keynote speaker, a personality of high repute, Professor Dr. Rajiv Kapoor ji from Delhi Technological University. He was also with us in the international webinar talk series. Probably we'll get to learn more from him today because he'll give us more time. Thanks, sir, for being so kind for sparing your time for us. Now I'd like to introduce him to you. Professor Dr. Rajiv Kapoor is a BE, ME and PhD in Electronics and Communication Engineering. He's currently working as professor in the Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering at Delhi Technological University, Delhi. His areas of interest include vision, speech-based tracking, activity recognition, vision speech-based signal processing, pattern recognition, and cognitive radio. He has published hundreds of research papers in national and international conferences and journals. He has filed more than 10 patents in the last 3 years. He has authored 4 books and has received several project grants. We are honored to have a personality of such reputation amongst us. Over to you, Dr. Kapoor. Please go up for your address, please, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Shukla. I probably think I'm clearly audible.
Yes, sir. I was Kunal, sir. Thank you. I'll take it.
Yeah, thanks, Kunal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Go ahead, sir, please.
So, yes, Professor Pathak, though he's not here, and Mr. Dinesh Goyal, Akshatji, and Mr. Lakshman Prasad, and Dr. Somashekharji, who had been interacting with me, and our Bhaiji, Shri Atul Bhaiji, Sanjay Bhaiji, Professor Tiwari, and Professor Yadav, and of course, Professor Pawan and Kunal. So today, let me start with the 3 principles of the education. The first one is that if we have to change this country, we need to change the education system. And here we are talking about the technical education system, because we cannot go in the same manner, similar things, because that didn't result in a very good outcome. Second important principle, which I believe and which I have learned from the society also. The second principle is that we cannot replace our mother, and we have to love our motherland. And the third important principle is that we in general talk about the problems existing in the society, existing in our system. It may be education system, it may be any system, but we never talk about the solutions. So when we have these three principles in our mind, then I will now like to correlate this faculty development program by keeping these principles in our mind. So faculty development program in general is taken up by the institutions to educate the faculty, to prepare them with the latest knowledge in the specific technical fields, so that the similar things, the upgraded knowledge could be passed on to the students. So this is one fundamental reason why we do this. Now, what is the need, of the today? And where I wish that, of course, because you are catering to such a large audience, so this will be an excellent effort from your side, and we will definitely like to be part of it, as I had been talking to the director sir. And what I believe is that in case we can attach our knowledge with the society, with the developments which are required for the society, for the country, like for DRDO, like for our own MSME industries, and like for the social needs, maybe the farmers in the fields, they require something to be developed. But our universities, our colleges, we don't bother much about it. So on one side, we need a better technical education, better empowering the faculty to teach in a better manner. At the same time, what should be the solution for that? Solution is that we take up such latest topics so that we may solve these problems existing with the industry, research centers, Government of India, and the people of the India. So if this can be clubbed together, the knowledge gaining process becomes interesting. So this is what I believe is the main crux of that, because we will be definitely, there will be many experts who will be imparting a lot of knowledge, especially related to the latest technical fields during these 5 days. But I wish that if you link it up, your learning process with the social context, then that knowledge stays with you. This is one basic principle on which the ancient people in India, they used to learn and they used to remember and they used to deliver to the society. So this is what is the basic thing which I will like to convey today. And remember that this knowledge, when you acquire, if you mean it to serve the society, then that knowledge gets a meaning. And that's what the basic principle of our country is. So with these small few words, I will like to thank the organizers, and I also wish, and I also had been talking to the Director Sir, that in the coming future, regarding these endeavors which we have discussed and which I just talked about, whatever development and whatever effort is required from our side, from the various experts from the engineering institutions of repute, we all will be really very happy to help you and deliver it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for such kind words of motivation. And we'll get to listen more from Dr. Kapoor after the inaugural ceremony. The first session will be of Dr. Kapoor only. बिल्कुल सही कहा है सर ने. समय सिर्फ एक बात की गारंटी के साथ आता है कि वो बदलता जरूर है और change is inevitable, and those who will not change with time, time will change them. With these words, I would like to bring in our honorable guest, Tiwari ji. I would like to tell you about Professor R.P. Tiwari ji. Well, Dr. Professor R.P. Tiwari is a professor and ex-head of the Department of Applied Mechanics, Motilal Nehru National Institute of Technology, Allahabad. He received his BE degree in Mechanical Engineering from Madan Mohan Malviya Engineering College, Gorakhpur in 1990. His MTech in 1993 and doctoral degree in 1999 in Biomedical Engineering from Institute of Technology, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. His current research interests include biomechanics and robotics. He has successfully carried out projects and consultancy of various state government organizations, central government organizations, and public-private sectors. He has guided more than 70 MTech students for their dissertation work. He has successfully guided 8 research scholars who have completed PhD under his supervision, and 5 are presently pursuing PhD. He has published more than 30 papers in international journals with impact factor as high as 7.63. He has published more than 50 conference papers. He has attended and organized various workshops in the field of robotics and mechatronics. He has been invited speaker and session chairs in many of the renowned conferences in India and abroad. He has organized various workshops on biomedical engineering and materials. He has an instrumental role in starting MTech Biomedical Engineering at MNNIT, Allahabad. We are delighted for his gracious presence. Please, over to you, Professor Tiwari. You are good to go. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Kunal ji.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. राजकुमार गोयल तकनीकी संस्थान गाजियाबाद के इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एंड कम्युनिकेशन इंजीनियरिंग विभाग द्वारा आयोजित इस फैकल्टी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम में, जिसका विषय है एक्सपोजर एंड रिजुवेनेशन ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजीज इन द चेंज्ड एरा ऑफ द वर्ल्ड। मैं रवि प्रकाश तिवारी, आचार्य मोतीलाल नेहरू राष्ट्रीय प्रौद्योगिकी संस्थान, आप सभी लोगों का आभार व्यक्त करना चाहूंगा। आप इस संस्थान के अध्यक्ष श्री दिनेश गोयल जी, वाइस चेयरमैन श्री अक्षक जी, ग्रुप डायरेक्टर डॉक्टर लक्ष्मण प्रसाद जी, इस संस्थान के निदेशक डॉक्टर सोमशेखर जी, और हमारे इस कार्यक्रम के मुख्य अतिथि हमारे प्रेरणा स्रोत श्री अतुल कोठारी जी, हमारे आदरणीय बड़े भाई प्रोफेसर राजीव कपूर जी, हमारे बड़े भाई डॉक्टर संजय स्वामी जी, और अन्य सभी प्रतिभागियों का मैं स्वागत करता हूं और इस संस्थान का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं जिन्होंने मुझे इस अवसर पर कुछ कहने का मौका दिया है। मेरा एक टॉक है लास्ट डे ऑफ दिस एफडीपी, रोबोटिक इमर्जिंग ट्रेंड्स इन रोबोटिक्स। तो मैं ज्यादा टेक्निकल बातें इस सत्र में नहीं करूंगा। मैं मुख्यतः ये बताना आपको चाहता हूं कि शिक्षा संस्कृति उत्थान न्यास क्या काम कर रहा है तकनीकी शिक्षा में। मैं ज्यादा समय भी आप लोग का नहीं लूंगा क्योंकि समय का अभाव है। मैं इस विषय में बस मुख्यतः बताना चाहूंगा कि शिक्षा संस्कृति उत्थान न्यास नई दिल्ली, जो कि शिक्षा के विभिन्न आयामों में काम कर रहा है, तकनीकी शिक्षा की गुणवत्ता की सुधार हेतु विगत कई वर्षों से प्रयासरत है। भारतवर्ष में तकनीकी शिक्षा व्यवस्था, जैसा आप सभी लोग जानते हैं, बहुस्तरीय है। हमारे देश में दक्षतापूर्ण तकनीकी शिक्षा की वर्तमान आवश्यकताओं के अनुरूप नहीं है कि प्रतिवर्ष केवल 50 से 60 हजार लोग ही जो कि गुणवत्ता युक्त तकनीकी शिक्षा प्राप्त कर पाते हैं। शेष 15 से 20 लाख छात्र करीब जो मूलभूत संसाधनों से वंचित तकनीकी संस्थानों में प्रवेश लेते हैं। और वर्तमान स्थिति ये है कि तकनीकी शिक्षण संस्थानों में 50% सीटें करीब खाली रह जा रही। इसका मुख्य कारण है गुणवत्ता, तकनीकी शिक्षा की गुणवत्ता में कमी। इन्हीं सब विसंगत तकनीकी शिक्षा में व्याप्त विभिन्न विसंगतियों को ध्यान में रख के वर्ष 2016 से हम लोगों ने माननीय अतुल कोठारी जी की प्रेरणा से तकनीकी शिक्षा में कार्य आरंभ किया है। और करीब हम लोगों ने विभिन्न IIT, NIT, IIIT तकनीकी विश्वविद्यालय और तकनीकी संस्थानों में 100 से ज्यादा इस तरह की गोष्ठियों और कार्यशालाओं का आयोजन किया। उसके उपरांत जो हम लोग ने विषय चिन्हित किए, जो विषय हम लोगों ने आइडेंटिफाई किए जिन पे कार्य करने की आवश्यकता है, वो मुख्यतः है भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा का तकनीकी शिक्षा में समावेश। मतलब हम ये विषय जो है आपका मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ ओल्ड टेक्नोलॉजी, हम पुराने कितने विकसित थे इसको भी ध्यान में रख के हमको आधुनिकता के साथ अपनी प्राचीन ज्ञान परंपरा का भी तकनीकी शिक्षा में समावेश करना चाहिए। दूसरा जो महत्वपूर्ण विषय हम लोगों ने चिन्हित किया, मूल्य आधारित तकनीकी शिक्षा एवं व्यक्तित्व विकास, मीन्स वैल्यू एजुकेशन एंड पर्सनालिटी डेवलपमेंट। इसकी भी तकनीकी शिक्षा में आज बहुत आवश्यकता है, क्योंकि हम तो इंजीनियर तो अच्छे बना सकते हैं, लेकिन वो इंजीनियर चरित्रवान हो, उसमें नैतिकता हो, अपने देश के लिए और समाज के लिए कुछ कर सकने की क्षमता हो, ऐसा हमको इंजीनियर तैयार करना है। तीसरा जो महत्वपूर्ण विषय है जिसकी आजकल बहुत आवश्यकता है, पर्यावरण आधारित तकनीकी शिक्षा। हमको विकास तो करना है, लेकिन विकास समावेशी करना है, अपनी प्रकृति को संरक्षित करते हुए विकास करना है, इस चीज पे हमें बल देना है। चौथा जो मतलब एम्प्लॉयबल और व्यवहारिक तकनीकी शिक्षा, इस पे हम लोग कार्य कर रहे हैं। पांचवा जो आज के जमाने में जो कोविड-19 के परिप्रेक्ष्य में भी काफी महत्वपूर्ण है, समाज उपयोगी सहभागिता मूलक तकनीकी शिक्षा एवं सोच। मतलब जो सोशली रिलेवेंट टेक्निकल एजुकेशन हो और रिसर्च हो, जिसके कि हम समाज में कुछ बदलाव ला सके, उस पे कार्य करने की आवश्यकता है। और छठा विषय है कि टेक्निकल एजुकेशन इन इंडियन लैंग्वेजेस, भारतीय भाषाओं में तकनीकी शिक्षा। और एक है तकनीकी शिक्षा तंत्र की समग्र दृष्टि, मतलब टेक्निकल एजुकेशन विभिन्न रेगुलेशन एंड मैनेजमेंट। ये विषय 6 विषय है, 7 विषय जिन पे हम लोग कार्य कर रहे हैं। सातों विषय हम लोगों ने करीब 4 साल के मंथन के बाद ये विषय चिन्हित किए हैं, और जिन पे सभी को कार्य करने की मैं आप सभी का आह्वान करूंगा। इन विषयों में से एक विषय लेके आप लोग अपने अपने संस्थानों में, अपने अपने विभाग में कार्य करें, तभी हम लोग समावेशी इंक्लूसिव डेवलपमेंट कर पाएंगे देश का। तो ये हमारे विषय थे। दूसरी चीजें मैं अब इस न्यास के अलावा एक बताना चाहता हूँ कि वर्तमान में जो इंडस्ट्रियल रिवोल्यूशन 4 आने वाला है, चल रहा है बल्कि कहे आप, जिसमें मेजर ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन होने वाला है। ट्रेडिशनल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और इंडस्ट्रियल प्रैक्टिसेस को हम लोग IoT से कंबाइन कर रहे हैं, स्मार्ट टेक्नोलॉजी से कंबाइन कर रहे हैं, और इसका फोकस होगा लार्ज स्केल जो IoT से अब आगे आने वाली, उसमें क्या ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन हो रहा है, मशीन से मशीन का कांटेक्ट कम्युनिकेशन होगा, वो ऑटोमेशन भी जो होगा वो IoT के माध्यम से ही होगा, और मशीनों की सेल्फ मॉनिटरिंग होगी, ह्यूमन का इंटरफेस मिनिमम होगा। तो इन सारे जो चीजें हैं ये टेक्नोलॉजी में बहुत तेजी से ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन होने वाला है। इनको ध्यान में रखते हुए और वर्तमान कोविड की चुनौतियों में ध्यान रखते हुए जो इमर्जिंग एरियाज है, इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजीज है, जैसे कि इन आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस और मशीन लर्निंग, इस पे कार्य करने की आवश्यकता है। ऑगमेंटेड रियलिटी, वर्चुअल रियलिटी, ब्लॉकचेन का भी काफी अच्छा स्कोप है। रोबोटिक एक RPA, रोबोटिक्स तो एक एरिया काफी दिनों से चल रही आ रही है, एक नई एरिया है रोबोटिक प्रोसेस ऑटोमेशन, इस पे भी बड़ा आजकल काम हो रहा है। IoT, इंटरनेट ऑफ थिंग्स, आप लोग चूंकि इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स की कार्यशाला है तो उसके बारे में आप लोग मेरे से अच्छे से जान रहे होंगे। डेटा साइंस, बिग डेटा, इस पे भी काफी काम करने की जरूरत है। साइबर सिक्योरिटी, ये सब इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं जिसमें काम करके हम जो वर्तमान की चुनौतियां हैं या कोविड के उपरांत की जो चुनौतियां हैं, इसमें ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन भी एक हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी चुनौती है। तो ये 5G टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से और IoT के माध्यम से इस चुनौतियों का भी हम मुकाबला कर सकने में सक्षम होंगे। तो मैं विश्वास करता हूं, आई होप दैट ऑल दिस टॉपिक विल बी वेरी वेल कवर्ड ड्यूरिंग दिस FDP। और लास्ट डे मेरा एक टॉपिक है, आपने अवसर दिया, इसके लिए मैं बहुत आभार आपका व्यक्त करता हूं। इमर्जिंग ट्रेंड्स इन रोबोटिक्स उस पे मेरा टॉक है। तो मैं आप लोग का बहुत बहुत आभारी हूं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for telling us the issues which must be focused on for imparting good quality technical education to everyone. This FDP is also an effort in the same direction, because you can teach a student a lesson for a day, but if you can teach him to learn by creating curiosity, he will continue the learning process as long as he lives. और आपने सभी के अंदर एक उत्सुकता, एक क्यूरियोसिटी जगाई, इसके लिए हम आपका बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करते हैं सर। और कार्यक्रम को आगे ले जाते हुए मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगा श्री संजय स्वामी जी को। Before inviting Shri Sanjay Swami ji, he is an honorable guest of honor. I would like to brief you about him. Shri Sanjay Swami ji is associated with education as a whole for 30 years and is known for his samajik karyakarta work. He has written a number of books and is dedicated for the education for underprivileged लोगों के लिए इन्होंने जीवन में बहुत कार्य किया है। हम बहुत ही ज्यादा प्रसन्न हैं कि इन्होंने अपना कीमती समय हमें दिया। ओवर टू यू सर, प्लीज सर आइए और हमारा मार्गदर्शन करें सर, प्लीज। संजय स्वामी जी।
जी। गुरु ब्रह्मा गुरु विष्णु गुरुदेव महेश्वर, गुरु साक्षात परम ब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरुवे नमः। राजकुमार गोयल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी, यह नाम से मैं परिचित हूँ। जब हम गांव जाते हैं मेरठ की ओर तो राजनगर के बाद सड़क पर बोर्ड लगे दिखाई देते हैं, कॉलेज भी दिखता है। परंतु आज आपने मुझे इस परिवार का सदस्य बनाया है, तो आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। समय की सीमा को ध्यान रखते हुए सभी के नाम ना लेते हुए पूरी मैनेजमेंट को, पूरी आयोजन समिति को धन्यवाद करता हूं। कल ही गुरु पूर्णिमा थी, हम सभी ने अनेक कार्यक्रम देखे होंगे, सुने होंगे। और यहाँ फैकल्टी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम में सभी अधिकतर शिक्षक हैं, प्रोफेसर्स हैं, डायरेक्टर हैं, कुछ अनेक पदों पर रहे हैं। तो ऐसे सभी, और जो विद्यार्थी भी हैं, जो मैंने अभी चैट बॉक्स में देखा है कि PG से कम का कोई विद्यार्थी नहीं है, सब M.Tech या इससे ऊपर के विद्यार्थी हैं। तो हम सभी शिक्षक हैं। शिक्षक अर्थात आचार्य, जो अपने आचरण से सिखाए। तो हम सबके कंधों पर बहुत बड़ा दायित्व है कि हमारे द्वारा इस देश के लिए और दुनिया के लिए बहुत अच्छे अच्छे वैज्ञानिक तैयार हो रहे हैं, शिक्षक तैयार हो रहे हैं, इंजीनियर तैयार हो रहे हैं। तो ये हम सब के लिए बहुत बड़ी चुनौती भी है और अवसर भी है। देखिए, एक बात मैं अक्सर कहता हूँ, किसी भी देश काल परिस्थिति में जो जन सामान्य की उदात्त मान्यताएं होती हैं, वही मानव मूल्य या जीवन मूल्य कहलाती हैं। अर्थात हम भगवान राम को किस कारण जानते हैं? वो बहुत बड़े राज्य के राजा थे या बहुत बड़े राजा के पुत्र थे, इस कारण से नहीं, अपितु उनकी पितृभक्ति के कारण से, गुरु भक्ति के कारण से, मातृभक्ति के कारण से जन सामान्य के बीच जब वो गए, तब वो मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम श्री राम बने हैं। तब तक तो वो राजकुमार थे, जब तक परिवार में थे। महात्मा गांधी को हम जानते हैं तो इस कारण से नहीं कि पोरबंदर में उनका बहुत बड़ा मकान है, बहुत बड़ा उनका परिवार था, व्यापारी परिवार था, अपितु जो उन्होंने जीवन जिया है, सत्य के जो उन्होंने जीवन में प्रयोग किए हैं, अहिंसा सत्याग्रह के द्वारा उन्होंने जो एक अपने आप को जीवन में जी के इन विषयों को सबके सामने उदाहरण रखा, इस कारण हम महात्मा गांधी को जानते हैं। आज जो चीन की समस्या आई है और उसके लिए एक बड़ा आंदोलन स्वदेशी का चल रहा है, स्वदेशी जागरण मंच इसका पुनःस्मरण करा रहा है, एक आंदोलन के रूप में हम लोगों से आग्रह कर रहा है। परंतु महात्मा गांधी ने अंग्रेजों के विरुद्ध स्वदेशी को एक हथियार बनाया था, उस समय वो आग्रह किया था। अर्थात ये हमारे मूल्यों में है स्वदेशी का आग्रह। लोग स्वयं से स्वीकार करते हैं, हम में ये खुद की भावना होती है कि हमने अपने देश की बनी हुई वस्तुओं का प्रयोग करें, जिससे हमारे उद्योग समर्थ हों, उद्योगपति समर्थ हों, हमारे मजदूरों को, कामगारों को रोजगार मिलता रहे। इस कारण से हमारे मन में स्वदेशी का आग्रह रहता है। इसी प्रकार से जितने हमारे महापुरुष हुए, स्वामी विवेकानंद, स्वामी दयानंद, भगत सिंह को हम इस कारण नहीं जानते कि वो पंजाब के रहने वाले थे, उनके माता पिता कौन थे, परंतु उन्होंने जो छोटा सा जीवन जिया, उन्होंने 2-3 साल के अपने जीवन में जो क्रांतिकारी के रूप में उन्होंने काम हमारे सामने प्रस्तुत किया, इस कारण आज हमारे सामने वो आदर्श है और अमर है। चंद्रशेखर आजाद ने जो जीवन जिया, महाराणा प्रताप एक बड़े वंशज के राजा थे, राजस्थान के थे, या किन के पुत्र थे या उनके पुत्र कौन थे, इस कारण नहीं जानते, परंतु उन्होंने सारा जीवन छोड़ के जिन मूल्यों को जिया है, जिस प्रण के लिए वो लड़े हैं, वो हमारे सबके सामने ध्यान रहता है। तो ये हमारे जीवन में आदर्श हमारे हैं। तो हमारा शिक्षक कैसा हो, उसका आचरण कैसा हो, वो हमारे विद्यार्थियों के लिए अपने आप में एक आदर्श बने, इस कारण से हम यहाँ उपस्थित हैं। ये RKGIT ने जो 5 दिन का FDP कार्यक्रम रखा है, फैकल्टी डेवलपमेंट का, यहाँ सभी विद्वान हैं, सबने अच्छा अध्ययन किया हुआ है। हो सकता है RKGIT के उद्देश्य को आयोजित करने के अलग होंगे और शामिल होने के अलग होंगे। हो सकता है किसी को इंक्रीमेंट के लिए, किसी को प्रमोशन के लिए, किसी को EPI स्कोर के लिए सर्टिफिकेट्स की आवश्यकता पड़ती होगी, परंतु RKGIT ने जो विभिन्न अलग अलग विधाओं के व्यक्तित्व यहाँ बुलाए हैं, वो हमें अपने जीवन में जो उन्होंने जीवन जिया है, जो उनके प्रयोग हैं, वो हमारे सामने रखेंगे। एक शिक्षक का धर्म केवल शिक्षा मात्र देना विद्यार्थियों को नहीं है, अपितु उसे जीवन जीने की पद्धति सिखाना है। तो हम विद्यार्थियों में वो संस्कारों का रोपण करते हैं, जिससे उसका जीवन अपने आप में अद्वितीय बन जाता है। अभी प्रोफेसर रवि प्रकाश तिवारी जी ने कई बिंदु रखे हैं। हमारे सामने वास्तव में अनेक चुनौतियां हैं। जो चीन की बात यहाँ लगातार की जा रही है, ये हमारे सामने एक बड़ी चुनौती है। आज चीन का सामान कोई भारतीय नहीं खरीदना चाहता। व्यापारियों की मजबूरी है, उनको अपना व्यापार चलाना है, इस कारण से वो उन वस्तुओं को बेचते हैं। परंतु यदि हमारे संस्थानों के विद्यार्थी ऐसी नई इनोवेशन करेंगे, समाज को, गरीब नागरिकों को सस्ते में वो साधन उपलब्ध कराएंगे, तो कोई भी व्यक्ति मन से चीन का सामान खरीदना नहीं चाहता। कोई भी उद्योगपति, यदि उसको अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी मिलेगी, आसानी से टेक्नोलॉजी मिलेगी, तो वो उन वस्तुओं का उत्पादन यहाँ कर सकता है। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी आह्वान किया है, लोकल का आह्वान किया है उन्होंने, और लोकल से ग्लोबल बनने की दिशा में भारत आगे बढ़ रहा है। पूरी दुनिया को आज दिखाई दे रहा है कि हम किस ओर जा रहे हैं। तो इसलिए हमारे सामने चुनौतियां हैं। यहाँ हमारे बीच जैसा मुझे जानकारी कि 3200 से अधिक पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं, और विदेशों से भी हैं और अपने देश के भी सभी संस्थानों से हैं। तो कई चुनौतियां हैं। 2 विषय मैं आपके सामने भी रखता हूं कि कहीं ना कहीं आप अपनी प्रयोगशालाओं में अपने विद्यार्थियों के माध्यम से इनकी ओर ध्यान देंगे। हम पहले सुनते थे बिजली कड़कती है, उससे दुर्घटनाएं होती थी, परंतु पिछले 15 दिनों में ही 100 से अधिक कैजुअलिटीज हमारे देश में केवल 2 प्रांतों में, बिहार और उत्तर प्रदेश में हो गई हैं। तो ये किस प्रकार से इसके लिए कोई छोटा सा इक्विपमेंट बन सकता है, ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजी जो गांव में भी लग सकती है, जिससे हमारे किसान, जिनको कोई बहुत शिक्षा का ज्ञान नहीं होता, परंतु एक छोटे से इंस्ट्रूमेंट के माध्यम से वो अपना जीवन बचा सकते हैं। तो इस दिशा में भी हमको ये प्रयास करना चाहिए। इसी प्रकार से जो स्वदेशी का आग्रह हो रहा है, हमारा देश इतना बड़ा है, एक बहुत बड़ी हम अर्थव्यवस्था दुनिया के अंदर है, परंतु क्या कारण है कि नेपाल में बनने वाला गोल्ड स्टार का जूता पूरे भारत में बिकता है? मात्र 200 रुपए में वो जूता यहाँ उपलब्ध है। और किस कारण से लखानी, रिलैक्सो जैसी कंपनियां, जिसमें रबड़ लगी है 20-25 रुपए की, उसको 200 रुपए की बेचती हैं। तो किस प्रकार से हम एक आम गरीब आदमी को लाभ दे पाएंगे? तो ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजी हम विकसित करें और ऐसे संस्कार हम अपने विद्यार्थियों में दें, जो कल को उद्योगपति बनते हैं, किसी बड़ी इंडस्ट्री के अंदर वहाँ मैनेजमेंट संभालते हैं, CEO बनते हैं, तो उनके मन में भावना रहे कि हमारे देश के, हमारे भाइयों को भी इन चीज़ों की आवश्यकता है, जिससे हम उनको वो सस्ती टेक्नोलॉजी और सस्ते दामों में उपलब्ध करा सकें। तो ये सब हम उनको ये सुविधाएं दे पाएं। तो ये हमारे जीवन का उद्देश्य रहना चाहिए। देखिए, मैं एक बात अक्सर कहता हूँ, ये जिंदगी ना मिलेगी दोबारा। अगले जीवन में कुणाल जी भी नहीं होंगे, संजय भी नहीं होंगे, ना राजीव जी होंगे। तो हमको जो कुछ करना है इसी जीवन में करना है। तो क्यों ना ऐसा जीवन जिया जाए जो सबके लिए आदर्श बने। एक उम्र में जाके हमारी आवश्यकताएं पूरी हो जाती हैं, हमारी भूख लगनी कम हो जाती है, हमारे भोजन की, कपड़ों की आवश्यकता कम हो जाती है। तो हम वो जीवन जिए जो सबके सामने आदर्श प्रस्तुत हो। ये कोरोना का संकट पूरे देश में चल रहा है, पूरी दुनिया में चल रहा है, पर हमने प्रत्यक्ष अपनी आंखों से देखा होगा कि हमारे देश में भावना है, जो मैंने मूल्यों की बात की है, मानव मूल्यों की बात की है, कि जितना सरकार ने अपने स्तर पे किया है वो हमारे सामने आंकड़े समाचार चैनलों के माध्यम से आ जाते हैं, पर इस देश की जनता ने, हर व्यक्ति ने अपनी सामर्थ्य के अनुसार प्रधानमंत्री राहत कोष में तो दान दिया ही है, परंतु अनेक 2-3 महीने तक लगातार ऐसे सेवा के कार्य चलाए हैं जिससे हमारे समाज के वंचित बंधु साहसपूर्वक खड़े रहे हैं। तो उनको सबल बनाने में, उनकी सहायता करने में पूरा समाज आगे आया है। तो ये जीवन मूल्य हम जीते हैं, तो यही हमारे लिए है, हम मशीन नहीं हैं। जो एफडीपी इस कार्यक्रम के अंदर जो मैंने कहा अलग अलग विधाओं के स्पीकर बुलाए हैं, वो इसीलिए कि हमारा व्यवहार अमानवीय ना बने, हमारा जीवन जीवंतता पूर्ण रहे, हम जीवन को जिएं, हमारा आचार्यत्व जागे, अध्यात्म हमारे अंदर सदा बना रहे, हर व्यक्ति के अंदर सभी कुछ उपस्थित है। जैसे मैं एक उदाहरण देता हूं कि हमारा ये शरीर है, इसके अंदर किडनी है, लीवर है, हार्ट है, फेफड़े हैं, आंतें हैं, आंखें, नाक हमको दिखाई देते हैं, पर इसमें कहीं खुशी है, कहीं हर्ष है, कहीं गम है, कहीं दुख है, कहीं ममता है, कहीं अपनत्व है, ये हमको दिखाई नहीं देते। ये भाव हैं जिनको शिक्षक विद्यार्थी के अंदर पैदा करता है। इसलिए जरूरी नहीं कि ह्यूमैनिटीज का विद्यार्थी हो, साइंस के विद्यार्थी बहुत मेहनती और लगनशील होते हैं और वो हर विधा में आगे बढ़ते हैं। मुझे जानकारी है कि 8-8, 10-10 घंटे पढ़ने की एक आम क्षमता विज्ञान के विद्यार्थी में होती है और लगातार वो काम करता रहता है। रात को 10 बजे बैठेगा पढ़ने के लिए, 3-4 बजे सोएगा और सुबह फिर दोबारा उठ के कॉलेज जाएगा, यूनिवर्सिटी जाएगा, फैकल्टी जाएगा। तो ये क्षमता साइंस के विद्यार्थियों में होती है, वो क्षमता सबके सामने आ जाए और जीवन मूल्यों के रूप में आ जाए, इसकी आज बहुत आवश्यकता है। हम समाज की नब्ज पढ़नी सीखें। जैसे मैं एक बात और कहता हूं कि ये हमारा RKGIT कॉलेज है, यदि यहाँ की मैनेजमेंट अपने शिक्षकों को मन की भावना को नहीं समझेगी, अपने विद्यार्थियों के भावों को नहीं समझेगी, अपने कर्मचारी, चतुर्थ क्लास के कर्मचारी अगर उनकी आवश्यकताओं को नहीं समझेगी, तो ये परिवार नहीं कहलाएगा। इसी प्रकार से हमारी फैकल्टीज हैं, हमारा स्टाफ है, अगर वो मैनेजमेंट के मनोभावों को नहीं समझेंगे तो ये कॉलेज एक विश्व स्तर का कॉलेज नहीं बन पाएगा। तो इसी प्रकार से हमारा जीवन ऐसा बने कि जो सबके लिए आदर्श बन जाए, वही सफलता का मापदंड है। एक सफल शिक्षक वही है जो अपने विद्यार्थियों को एकेडमिकली साउंड करे, उनमें वैल्यूज का रोपण करे। हमारे विद्यार्थी ठीक है बहुत बड़े बड़े पैकेज पाते हैं, 50 लाख के, 70 लाख के ऐसे पैकेज पाते हैं और हम अपने संस्थाओं में उनके बोर्ड भी लगाते हैं। हमारी प्रेरणा यही होती है कि जिन विद्यार्थियों ने टॉप किया है उनके फोटो लगाते हैं, यूनिवर्सिटी में उनकी रैंक आई है उनके फोटो लगाते हैं, जिनको बहुत बड़ी इंडस्ट्री ने कोई पैकेज दिया है उनके फोटो लगाते हैं। किसी विद्यार्थी ने किसी संस्थान में बहुत बड़ी पद पाया है तो हम उसको अपने एनुअल फंक्शन में या बाकी कार्यक्रम में बुलाते हैं। परंतु हमको विचार करना चाहिए, यहाँ सभी संस्थानों के जो लोग जुड़े हुए हैं, डायरेक्टर्स जुड़े हुए हैं, मैं उनसे आह्वान करता हूं कि हमको ये विचार करना चाहिए कि क्या हमारे संस्थान का पढ़ा हुआ विद्यार्थी जिसने अपने गांव या किसी गांव में जाकर ग्राम विकास के लिए कोई प्रकल्प डेवलप किया है, मॉडल डेवलप किया है, उसकी फोटो या उसका सम्मान भी हमको करना चाहिए कि जिसने इन लोकेशनाओं को छोड़ के, इस भौतिक संसार को छोड़ के किसी गांव देहात में जाके जो कुछ उसने यहाँ से अपने गुरुओं से सीखा है उसको समाज के विपन्न वर्ग के सामने प्रस्तुत किया है। तो ये अपने आप में वास्तव में बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि होगी। मुझे लगता है मेरे लिए जितना 8-9 मिनट का समय था मैं उसको पूरा कर रहा हूं। तो ये 4 दिवस के, इस 5 दिवस के इस कार्यक्रम में आप सभी जितने विद्वान हमारे देश के और बाहर के जुड़े हैं वो सभी इससे कुछ ना कुछ लेकर जाएंगे। शिक्षित तो हम सब हैं, हमने अपने अपनी विधा में बहुत आगे तक अध्ययन किया है, परंतु जीवन मूल्यों को हम आत्मसात करेंगे, लोक कल्याण की भावना हमारे मन में रहेगी तो हम वास्तव में अपने विद्यार्थियों को बहुत कुछ दे पाएंगे। जो विद्यार्थी हमारे प्रति आशा भरी दृष्टि से देखते हैं, जो विद्यार्थी कक्षा में होता है वो शिक्षक की आंखों में देखता है, आंखों में वो ज्योति है जिससे वो अपना जीवन आत्मसात करते हुए आगे बढ़ना चाहता है। विद्यार्थी अपने माता पिता की बात नहीं मानता, अपने मित्रों की बात नहीं मानता, रिश्तेदारों की बात नहीं मानता, पर शिक्षक की बात पूरी तन्मयता से मानता है। तो उन विद्यार्थियों को हम ऐसे श्रेष्ठ नागरिक बना के समाज के सामने प्रस्तुत करें, तो मुझे लगता है कि यही इस हमारी 5 दिवसीय कार्यशाला का ध्येय होगा, लक्ष्य होगा। सभी को बहुत बहुत नमस्कार।
Well, thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for such nice talks. क्योंकि एक अच्छा इंसान वही होता है जिसका चरित्र भी उतना ही खूबसूरत होता है जितना उसका ज्ञान हो। आपने प्रभु श्री राम का स्मरण कराया हम सबको, उसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। इन्हीं पंक्तियों तो रामायण की कुछ चौपाइयों मुझे भी ध्यान आ गई, उन्हीं को बोलते हुए मैं आगे कार्यक्रम का संचालन करता हूँ। चलती विमान कोलाहल हुई, जय रघुबीर कहे सब कोई। इन पंक्तियों के साथ मैं इस एफडीपी के विमान को और आगे ले जाता हूँ। एंड आई वुड लाइक टू इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू आवर चीफ गेस्ट, दैट इज श्री अतुल कोठारी जी। श्री अतुल कोठारी जी शिक्षा संस्कृति उत्थान न्यास नई दिल्ली के राष्ट्रीय सचिव है। आप शिक्षा बचाओ आंदोलन समिति के राष्ट्रीय सह संयोजक हैं। आप देश में शिक्षा क्षेत्र में सकारात्मक कार्य करने वाली संस्थाओं, विद्वानों एवं कार्यकर्ताओं को एक मंच पर लाने के लिए निरंतर प्रयत्नशील तथा शिक्षा संवर्धन के कार्यों के हेतु निरंतर राष्ट्रीय प्रवास एवं देश की शिक्षा में नए विकल्प हेतु कार्य संकल्पित है। आप शिक्षा के विभिन्न विषय पर देश में कई विश्वविद्यालय और शैक्षिक संस्थानों में भी से भी संबद्ध है। आप हिमाचल प्रदेश स्कूल बोर्ड के सदस्य, शिक्षा स्वास्थ्य न्यास के संस्थापक एवं दक्षिणा फाउंडेशन के सह संस्थापक भी है। मैं आपका बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि सर आपने अपना कीमती समय देकर हमारे एफडीपी में आने की कृपा करी। प्लीज सर गो अहेड एंड ब्लेस अस विथ योर मोटिवेशनल वर्ड्स। ओवर टू यू कोठारी जी, प्लीज सर। I request the technical team to please bring in Kothari ji. Technical team, Mr. Deepak, please go ahead.
राजकुमार गोयल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी के सम्मान्य डायरेक्टर सोमशेखर जी, हेड ऑफ डिपार्टमेंट RK यादव जी, चेयरमैन वाइस चेयरमैन अक्षत गोयल जी, प्रोफेसर राजीव कपूर जी, प्रोफेसर रवि प्रकाश तिवारी जी, मित्र संजय जी, पवन कुमार शुक्ल जी, और इस 5 दिवसीय कार्यशाला में प्रतिभागी के रूप में उपस्थित सभी विद्वान आचार्य बंधुओं बहनों, प्रिय छात्र भाई और बहनों, सबसे पहले तो मैं संस्थान के निदेशक, अध्यक्ष, उपाध्यक्ष और परिवार के सभी का बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं। इस चीनी कोरोना महामारी के समय का सदुपयोग करते हुए ये 5 दिवस का आचार्यों हेतु एक कार्यशाला का आयोजन किया है, जिसको अंग्रेजी में फैकल्टी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम कहा है। इसलिए मैं आप सभी का बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं। आज हमारे सामने शिक्षा की दृष्टि से अगर विचार करें और टेक्निकल एजुकेशन का एक प्रमुख रूप से विचार करें, तो एक तरफ तो देश में टेक्निकल एजुकेशन का विस्तार, एक्सपांशन बहुत अच्छी मात्रा में हुआ है। यानी अभी सेकंड नंबर पर टेक्निकल एजुकेशन है, पहले नंबर पर, फर्स्ट नंबर पर आर्ट्स है और सेकंड पर टेक्निकल एजुकेशन है। लगभग 2019 के आज जो फिगर है उसके अनुसार 10,426 टेक्निकल एजुकेशन के इंस्टीट्यूशन है देश में, और अबव 35 लाख, 35 लाख से भी ज्यादा बच्चे उसमें पढ़ाई करते हैं। परंतु आज जो हमारे सामने चैलेंज है, एक समय था कुछ आज से 25 साल पहले कि बहुत कम कॉलेज इंजीनियरिंग के थे देश में, लेकिन धीरे धीरे इतने कॉलेजेस इंस्टीट्यूशन हो गए कि अभी जैसे रवि प्रकाश जी ने भी कहा कि 50% से ज्यादा एडमिशन एवरेज नहीं हो रहा है, और कुछ इंस्टीट्यूशन में तो 0 एडमिशन भी होता है। तो आज ये एक नई समस्या, नई चुनौती हमारे सामने आ गई है। वो चाहे प्राइवेट कॉलेज हो चाहे गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज हो, लेकिन इतनी ज्यादा सीट वैकेंट रह जाती है तो हमारे संशोधनों का हम सही प्रकार से उपयोग नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। कई बड़े बड़े संस्थान खड़े हुए हैं लेकिन छात्र ही नहीं है। तो ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है, इसका भी हमने एनालिसिस समीक्षा करनी पड़ेगी। इसका मेन जो कारण है, मुझे लगता है कि जो आज चर्चा बहुत है देश में, क्वालिटी एजुकेशन यानी गुणवत्तापूर्ण शिक्षा, इसका बहुत बड़ा अभाव हमारे देश में दिखाई देता है। एस्पायरिंग माइंड नाम की संस्था ने एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी ऑफ इंजीनियर्स इस विषय पर जो सर्वे किया था, उसमें उन्होंने बताया था कि जो इंजीनियरिंग के छात्र है वो सही तरीके से कंप्यूटर प्रोग्रामिंग कर सकते हैं, ऐसे 5% भी नहीं। नास्कॉम के सर्वे के अनुसार भारत में जितने इंजीनियर पास आउट हो रहे हैं उसमें से 25% भी जॉब के लायक नहीं है। यानी ये हमारे सामने बड़ी चुनौती है। तो पहली बात है कि क्वालिटी एजुकेशन। इसी प्रकार दूसरी बात है कि जिस प्रकार पूर्व वक्ताओं ने भी कहा कि वैल्यू एजुकेशन की बात, कैरेक्टर बिल्डिंग एंड पर्सनल डेवलपमेंट की बात, ये भी क्राइसिस ऑफ कैरेक्टर है हमारे देश में। अन्यथा कोलकाता में एक नया ब्रिज बना था लेकिन 1 साल भी नहीं हुआ था और वो ध्वस्त हो गया और कई लोगों की उसमें मृत्यु हो गई। मैं देश भर में टूर करता हूँ, प्रवास करता हूँ, तो कई बार देखता हूँ कि मार्च अप्रैल मई महीने में जो नया रोड बना है, उसी रोड पर मैं जब नवंबर दिसंबर जनवरी में जाता हूँ तो ध्यान में नहीं आता है कि नया रोड है क्या, अभी भी बना है क्या 4 महीने पहले। फिर से वही गड्ढा उसमें दिखने को मिलता है। एक बार टाटा कंपनी में एक इंजीनियर काम कर रहा था और वहां बॉयलर फट गया, तो उसके एमडी ने बाद में उनको पूछा कि तुम वहां खड़ा था और बॉयलर फट गया, तुमको मालूम नहीं हुआ क्या? तो उन्होंने कहा सर ये हमारे ऑप्शन में निकल गया था। बच्चों को अभी ऑप्शन बहुत अच्छा लगता है कि 10 क्वेश्चन दिए हैं उसमें से 6 करिए, और का विकल्प और है। यानी एक प्रकार से कोई भी बालक 60% सिलेबस का अच्छा रटी रटन प्रक्रिया से याद कर लेता है तो 90% 95% मार्क ले सकता है, तो मार्क्स तो मिल जाता है। लेकिन भविष्य में जब वास्तविक जीवन में जाते हैं तब उनको समझ में आता है कि जो ऑप्शन मिलता था उसका लाभ है कि हानि है। दिल्ली में एक हमने इंजीनियरिंग पर ही एक नेशनल वर्कशॉप किया था, तो उसमें एक एनआईटी के डायरेक्टर आए थे। तो उस एनआईटी के डायरेक्टर ने कहा कि मैं शुरू में एक इंडस्ट्रीज में काम करने के लिए गया था, बीटेक एमटेक कर लिया था, कुछ दिन काम किया तो वहां मुझे एमडी ने बुलाया और मुझे कहा कि आपने जो कुछ पढ़ाई की है ना वो एक तरफ रख दो और यहाँ की जो आवश्यकता है वो पहले ट्रेनिंग लो फिर काम करो। तो उन्होंने कहा मुझे इतना आघात झटका लगा कि मैंने बीटेक किया, एमटेक किया, इतनी पढ़ाई की, लाखों रुपया मेरे माँ बाप ने खर्च किए और ये एमडी कहता है कि इसका यहाँ कोई काम नहीं। यानी इंजीनियरिंग की देश और दुनिया में आवश्यकता नहीं है क्या? बहुत आवश्यक। लेकिन जैसा समाज को, सोसाइटी को, इंडस्ट्रीज को जिस प्रकार के इंजीनियर चाहिए वो नहीं है हमारे पास। एक पुरानी कहानी अच्छी याद आती है इसके। एक बार ट्रेन जा रही थी, पहले तो आप लोग जानते हैं कि कोयले से ट्रेन चलती थी, इसलिए इंजन में एक स्तर का पानी भी रखना पड़ता था तभी गाड़ी चल पाती थी। तो बारिश खूब हुई, पटरी पर पानी आ गया तो ट्रेन रुक गई। 3-4 घंटे हुए, बारिश भी रुक गई, धीरे धीरे पानी भी पटरी से चला गया, लेकिन फिर भी ट्रेन नहीं चल रही। तो 2-3 लोग ड्राइवर के पास गए, इंजन के पास, कि भाई अभी तो पानी चला गया, बारिश रुक गई, फिर क्यों ट्रेन नहीं चल रही? तो उन्होंने कहा ट्रेन के अंदर पानी नहीं है, जो इंजन में पानी चाहिए तो वो पानी नहीं है। पानी इतना था कि इसके कारण पटरी में पानी आ गया और ट्रेन नहीं चल पा रही थी। लेकिन जो इंजन में जिस प्रकार का पानी चाहिए था वो पानी नहीं था। आज हमारे इंजीनियरिंग की फील्ड की, हमारे इंजीनियरिंग की स्थिति ऐसी है कि जिस प्रकार की इंजीनियर की आवश्यकता है वैसा इंजीनियर हमारी सिस्टम से निकल नहीं रहा है। तो इस प्रकार के अनेक उदाहरण दिए जा सकते हैं। मैंने एक समस्या चिन्हित करने के लिए, समस्या गिनाना, प्रॉब्लम का काउंट करना, ये मेरा बिजनेस नहीं है, ये मेरा काम नहीं है। हमारा तो नारा है, स्लोगन है, ध्येय वाक्य है कि समस्या नहीं समाधान की चर्चा करो, प्रॉब्लम नहीं सॉल्यूशन की डिस्कशन करो। तो इस दृष्टि से ये जो सारी आज की सिनेरियो है उसको ध्यान में रखकर हमने हमारी टेक्निकल एजुकेशन में क्या क्या चेंजेस करना है, क्या क्या इंप्रूवमेंट करना है, क्या क्या बातें जोड़नी है, इनका एक समग्रता से विचार करने की आवश्यकता है। इंजीनियरिंग शिक्षा की अगर हम बात करते हैं तो पहली बात यह है कि शिक्षा का जो मूल लक्ष्य उद्देश्य है वो है चरित्र निर्माण और व्यक्तित्व विकास, पर्सनल डेवलपमेंट, कैरेक्टर बिल्डिंग, जिसको अंग्रेजी में एक और शब्द भी होलिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट भी कहते हैं। तो हमारी इंजीनियरिंग शिक्षा में बच्चों का समग्र विकास हो रहा है क्या? मैंने जैसे शुरू में उदाहरण में कहा कि वो जो सब्जेक्ट पढ़ रहा है उसमें भी उनके पास 60% नॉलेज होगा, ज्ञान होगा, तो भी वो 90-95% मार्क ला सकता है। तो उनके सब्जेक्ट का भी पूरा ज्ञान, नॉलेज उनके पास नहीं है। तो पहली बात तो ये है कि उस सब्जेक्ट का उनके पास पूरा ज्ञान, नॉलेज होना चाहिए। दूसरी बात है कि एक अच्छा इंजीनियर, क्या इनके पास मैनेजमेंट का ज्ञान नहीं होना चाहिए? इसके पास अर्थशास्त्र का, इकोनॉमिक्स का ज्ञान नहीं होना चाहिए क्या? वो आगे जाकर किसी कंपनी में मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर बनेगा, डायरेक्टर बनेगा, तो उनको तो सारे काम करने पड़ेंगे। तो हमारी इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेजों में, इंस्टीट्यूट में बच्चों को एक फॉर्मल एजुकेशन तो हम सब्जेक्ट का और इंजीनियरिंग का देंगे, ठीक है, लेकिन जिसको हम को करिकुलर एक्टिविटीज कहते हैं, इस माध्यम से बच्चों को सारे इस प्रकार के सब्जेक्ट का, विषयों का नॉलेज, ज्ञान मिलना चाहिए कि जिससे वो भविष्य में किसी भी स्थान पर काम करेंगे तो वहां जो जो उनके सामने चुनौती आएगी, जो जो प्रश्न आएंगे, जो जो इश्यू आएंगे, उसको एड्रेस कर सके अच्छी तरह से। तो इस प्रकार का कुछ हम, जिसको हम लोग एक फेलोशिप सेंटर कहते थे, कहीं स्टडी सर्कल कहते हैं, कि हर 15 दिन में, महीने में किसी न किसी ऐसे एक विषय का सब्जेक्ट एक्सपर्ट का एक व्याख्यान लेक्चर हो। एग्जाम्पल के लिए अभी बजट आएगा, तो इंजीनियरिंग के बच्चों को बजट से कोई लेना देना नहीं होता है साधारण, लेकिन बजट की अंडरस्टैंडिंग इंजीनियरिंग के बच्चों को नहीं आवश्यक है क्या? तो बजट जैसे ही डिक्लेयर होता है तो बजट एक्सपर्ट का एक व्याख्यान लेक्चर होना चाहिए और उसके ऊपर क्वेश्चन आंसर बच्चे कर सकते हैं। तो इस प्रकार के बहुत सारे विषयों का जो भविष्य में उनकी आवश्यकता है जीवन जीने में, जॉब के लिए, जीवन जीने में, आगे इंडस्ट्रीज करें उसके लिए, उस प्रकार का उनको ज्ञान प्राप्त हो, इनकी व्यवस्था हम निर्माण कर सकते हैं क्या? दूसरी बात है कि आज हमारी जो एजुकेशन है, सिर्फ इंजीनियरिंग, सारी एजुकेशन की बात कर सकते हैं कि ज्यादातर हम थियरी है, बच्चों को प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज बच्चों के पास नहीं है। और जब तक इंजीनियरिंग तो विषय ही प्रैक्टिकल है, यानी एक चीफ सेक्रेटरी थे एक राज्य के, वो छुट्टी का दिन था तो कहीं शादी में जाना था आसपास गांव में, तो उस दिन वो ड्राइवर को छुट्टी चाहिए थी, उनको भी कहीं शादी में जाना था, तो सेक्रेटरी साहब ने कहा कि ठीक है आप छुट्टी पर जाइए, मैं इतना तो मैं गाड़ी चला लेता हूँ और रविवार दिन है, थोड़ा हम भी एंजॉय करेंगे, तो हम सेल्फ ड्राइविंग करेंगे। तो फैमिली के साथ वो निकले गाड़ी लेकर। जा रहे थे तो कुछ समय के बाद गाड़ी खराब हो गई, तो बड़े चिंतित हो गए। थोड़ा दूर, थोड़े से पास में गांव था, चलकर गए और वहां से कुछ लोग बुलाकर गाड़ी ले गए। फिर बैठे चीफ सेक्रेटरी साहब, तो जल्दी तो बहुत थी क्योंकि शादी में पहुंचना था, और चीफ सेक्रेटरी तो उनको तो वेटिंग की आदत ही नहीं होती, वो तो लोगों को वेटिंग में बिठाते। तो थोड़ी देर के बाद उन्होंने कहा वो मैकेनिक को, अरे भैया जल्दी कर दो, मुझे शादी में जाना है। तो मैकेनिक तो बेचारा अनपढ़ था, उन्होंने कहा साहब बात तो आपकी सही, लेकिन सबको जल्दी है, जो पहला है उनका ही पहले काम करना पड़ेगा, क्रमबद्ध आपसा भी मैं कर दूंगा। अभी सेक्रेटरी साहब इधर से उधर चलते हैं, घूमते रहते हैं, चिंतित होते हैं। और चीफ सेक्रेटरी थे वो आईआईटी पास आउट थे, आईआईटी पास आउट थे, चीफ सेक्रेटरी थे, लेकिन अपनी गाड़ी की क्या डिफेक्ट है वो उनको समझ में नहीं आ रहा। और वो इंजीनियर, वो जो मैकेनिक था वो तो अनपढ़ था। तो ये जो प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज जो बच्चों को चाहिए हर प्रकार का, हमारी जो जिसकी बात की हम विभिन्न विषयों पर काम कर रहे हैं रवि प्रकाश तिवारी जी ने, एक विषय है कि भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा का आज की टेक्निकल एजुकेशन में समावेश होना चाहिए। तो भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा यानी हमारा कुछ प्राचीन ज्ञान शास्त्रों में इतना ही नहीं है, वो तो है ही। जैसे दिल्ली का लौह स्तंभ है, कहते हैं कि 2000 साल पुराना है, लेकिन उस पर जंग नहीं लगता है, वो प्राचीन ज्ञान है, हमारा टेक्नोलॉजी है। ऐसा अनेक उदाहरण दे सकते हैं आप। ये तो है ही, लेकिन हमारी भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा में जो पेडागोजी सिस्टम था, पढ़ाने की जो पद्धति थी, वो ये था कि पहले प्रैक्टिकल करो, बाद में थियरी समझाओ। तो थियरी समझना बहुत इजी हो जाता है, कोई भी बात बच्चा प्रैक्टिकल कर लेता है, फिर थियरी समझना बहुत कठिन नहीं होता है उनके लिए। इस सिस्टम को हम स्लोली एडॉप्ट कर सकते हैं क्या? कि बच्चों को हर विषय का प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज मिले। जब आधुनिक युग में भारत में जो शुरुआत में इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज जो खुले, उसमें एक इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज था जो आज काशी हिंदू विश्वविद्यालय में IIT जो जिसको हम कहते हैं, वो इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज पंडित मदन मोहन मालवीय जी के समय में जब काशी हिंदू विश्वविद्यालय खड़ा हुआ तो उसमें शुरू किया था। तो वहाँ एक बहुत, आज जिससे 90 से ज्यादा एज के हैं, वो वहाँ के छात्र भी रहे और फैकल्टी भी रहे हैं, प्रोफेसर DP सिंह। तो उनके मेरा संबंध है, तो वो कहते थे, मैं इनके पास जानकारी लेता रहता हूँ उसी। तो उन्होंने कहा सारी इंडस्ट्रीज जैसी होती है, इस प्रकार का एस्टेब्लिशमेंट उस इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में था। सारे विषयों का वर्कशॉप थे वहां, और हर सब्जेक्ट के बच्चों को वहां प्रैक्टिकल सारा नॉलेज प्राप्त होता था। ठीक है, हर कॉलेज में इस प्रकार का सिस्टम खड़ा हो सकता है, कहना मुश्किल है, लेकिन इंडस्ट्रीज और इंस्टीट्यूशन का इंटरेक्शन, ये सिस्टम हम जितना प्रैक्टिकल हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशन में संभव है उतना प्रैक्टिकल इंस्टीट्यूशन में करें। बाकी कुछ इंडस्ट्रीज में एक साथ कोलैबोरेशन करके भी प्रैक्टिकल हो सकते हैं। जैसे 5 साल पहले महाराष्ट्र के शिक्षा मंत्री पर एक आरोप लगे थे कि उन्होंने इंजीनियरिंग किया है, वो इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज, उसको सरकार की मान्यता ही नहीं थी, इसलिए फ्रॉड है उनकी मार्कशीट। तो वो फ्रॉड मार्कशीट थी क्या? तो ऐसा नहीं है। वो इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज ऐसा था जहां डिप्लोमा और बीटेक दोनों चलता था उस समय, कि उन्होंने कहा था कि हमको AICTE या स्टेट गवर्नमेंट, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट, किसी की परमिशन की जरूरत नहीं है, हम हमारा स्वतंत्र इंस्टीट्यूट चलाएंगे और हमारे यहाँ से निकलने वाले हर बच्चे को पास आउट होने से पहले ही जॉब मिल जाएगा। और ये प्रैक्टिकली होता था उस जमाने में। आज क्या सिचुएशन है मुझे मालूम नहीं। कोई सर्टिफिकेट की गवर्नमेंट मान्य सर्टिफिकेट वो नहीं था शायद उस जमाने में, लेकिन वो इतना अच्छा प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज बच्चों को वहां मिलता था कि जिस इंडस्ट्री में बच्चे प्रैक्टिकल करते थे वही इंडस्ट्रीज वाले फाइनल में आते आते उनको जॉब दे देते थे कि आप सिर्फ मार्कशीट लेकर आ जाइए, आपकी जॉब कंफर्म हो गई है। तो जब इस प्रकार का प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज होता है तो फिर बच्चों को जॉब भी मिल जाएगा, नौकरी भी मिल जाएगी। और वास्तव में तो शिक्षा का उद्देश्य ये है कि बच्चे, आज हमारी शिक्षा से दो ही बात होती है, एक नौकर बन रहे हैं, जो नौकर नहीं बनते वो बेकार बनते हैं। जो IIT किया, MTech किया, आदि आदि PhD किया, वो भी नौकरी बनना चाहता है। वास्तव में तो इस एजुकेशन, जब 5 साल वो इंजीनियरिंग पढ़ाई करता है तो उनमें इतनी क्षमता डेवलप होनी चाहिए कि कुछ एक्सपीरियंस के लिए 2, 4, 5 साल नौकरी करे, हो सकता है, लेकिन बाद में कुछ ना कुछ अपना छोटा सा उद्योग व्यवसाय शुरू करके भविष्य में 50, 100, 200, 500 लोगों को नौकरी दे सके, ऐसी कैपेसिटी बिल्ड होनी चाहिए उसमें। तो इस प्रकार का साहसिक मनोवृत्ति, ये भी हमारी सिस्टम में आज डेवलप नहीं हो पा रही है। साहस ये भी एक बहुत अच्छा मूल्य है, वैल्यूज है वो भी। साहसिकता का स्वभाव होना बच्चों का, ये भी एक नैतिक मूल्य है। मूल्यों की शिक्षा है, इसलिए सिर्फ सत्य, प्रामाणिकता वही नहीं है, वो तो है ही, वो आधारभूत बातें हैं, लेकिन ये साहसिकता जैसे अनेक और मूल्य है जिसकी जरूरत जीवन में पड़ती है बच्चों को भविष्य में। तो इस प्रकार के बच्चों का एक होलिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट होना चाहिए। और हमारा पूरा जो हमारा इंजीनियरिंग सिस्टम में पाठ्यक्रम है, जो सिलेबस है, इसमें भी होलिस्टिक अप्रोच होना चाहिए। अभी हमारे मन में विचार आ सकता है, जैसे रवि प्रकाश तिवारी जी ने कई सब्जेक्ट है, ये सब बातें करनी चाहिए। वैल्यू एजुकेशन की बात कही, बच्चों के पर्सनालिटी डेवलपमेंट, कैरेक्टर बिल्डिंग की बात कही, एनवायरमेंट एजुकेशन की बात कही, स्किल डेवलपमेंट की बात कही। तो कितने सब्जेक्ट बच्चे पढ़ेंगे? क्योंकि आज हर विषय के अलग अलग सब्जेक्ट हमारे यहाँ। पर्यावरण एक अलग विषय, स्किल डेवलपमेंट एक स्वतंत्र विषय, मूल्य शिक्षा वैल्यू एजुकेशन एक स्वतंत्र विषय। क्योंकि एक समग्रता की दृष्टि हमारे पास नहीं है, सारी शिक्षा हमने टुकड़ों टुकड़ों में बांट दी है। जिस सब्जेक्ट पढ़ाते हैं उस सब्जेक्ट के अंतर्गत ये सारी बातें होनी चाहिए। जैसे हम स्किल डेवलपमेंट की बात करते हैं, तो स्किल डेवलपमेंट यानी क्या है कि वो अपना सब्जेक्ट, जिस सब्जेक्ट में पढ़ाई करता है, जो सब्जेक्ट है उनका विषय है, उस विषय का उनको प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज बहुत अच्छी तरह से प्राप्त हो जाए, तो वो भी स्किल है उनके लिए। तो हर सब्जेक्ट के अनुसार स्किल डेवलपमेंट की बात होनी चाहिए। और भगवान ने गीता में तो कहा है ना, योग कर्मशु कौशलम, यानी कोई भी कार्य कुशलता पूर्वक करना, यही योग है। तो ये कुशलता, ये स्किल बच्चों में आनी चाहिए कि कोई भी कार्य वो करेगा तो वो बहुत श्रेष्ठ तरीके से करेगा, वो कुशलता पूर्वक करेगा तो वो श्रेष्ठ कार्य होगा। स्किल डेवलपमेंट की उस प्रकार की दिशा होनी चाहिए कि बच्चों में कौशल का निर्माण होना चाहिए, उनके सब विषय का व्यवहारिक ज्ञान, प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज भी होना चाहिए, और कोई भी कार्य करे तो बहुत उत्कृष्टता से ही करेंगे, जिसको एक्सीलेंसी कहते हैं ना। तो इस प्रकार का ये जो प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज है, तो थियरी और प्रैक्टिकल दोनों का कॉम्बिनेशन होना चाहिए। और जैसे मैंने शुरू में कहा कि पहले प्रैक्टिकल कराओ, बाद में थियरी कराओ। वो जो 4 किताब पढ़ा हुआ मैकेनिक गैरेज में रिपेयरिंग करता है बड़ी बड़ी गाड़ियों का, उनके पास कौन सा थियरी है? लेकिन उनके पास प्रैक्टिकल ज्ञान पूरा है सर। तो इस प्रकार का थियरी और प्रैक्टिकल दोनों का कॉम्बिनेशन हमारी एजुकेशन में होना चाहिए। साथ साथ देश और समाज की आवश्यकताएं क्या है, इसके अनुसार हमारा पाठ्यक्रम का शुरू होना चाहिए। कई बार ये अनुभव आता है कि 20 साल तक वही पुस्तकें चलती रहती है। आज रात को हम सोएंगे और कल जगेंगे तो दुनिया में बहुत कुछ नया हो जाता है, और हमारे यहाँ 20 सालों तक वही सिलेबस चलता रहता है। हम कहते हैं कि बच्चा हमारा वर्ल्ड क्लास बच्चे डेवलप होने चाहिए। वर्ल्ड क्लास हो गए कैसे? इंटरनेशनल कंपटीशन में हमारे बच्चे कैसे टिक पाएंगे? असंभव है, क्योंकि उस प्रकार का विजन, उस प्रकार का नॉलेज उनके पास है ही नहीं, उस प्रकार का सिलेबस हमारा नहीं है। सिलेबस में एवरी 3 ईयर, 3 वर्ष में समग्रता से बदलाव होना चाहिए। लेकिन 3 वर्ष बहुत लंबा समय है। इंजीनियरिंग फील्ड तो ऐसा है कि टेक्निकल और साइंस है, एक प्रकार से टेक्नोलॉजी है, तो बहुत नई नई शोध हो रही है आजकल। तो ऐसी बातों का उनको एक सप्लीमेंट्री के रूप में भी नॉलेज देने की सिस्टम हमारे यहाँ होनी चाहिए कि कोई भी नई बात देश और दुनिया में होती है तो तुरंत उस बच्चों के सामने वो विषय प्रेजेंट होना चाहिए, और उस बच्चों को इसकी अंडरस्टैंडिंग, समझदारी, निर्माण होना चाहिए। हाँ, ये नई बात आई है और हमको कहाँ क्या उसका उपयोग है। जैसे जापान में ऐसा कहते लोग, मैं तो गया नहीं, लेकिन आप जैसे विद्वान जाते हैं, उन्होंने मुझे बताया है कि कोई भी दुनिया में नया नॉलेज आता है, नया ज्ञान आता है, तो विद इन 1 मंथ वो अपनी भाषा में तुरंत ट्रांसलेशन करते हैं जापानी भाषा उसका, और वो उनके इंस्टीट्यूट में, उनकी यूनिवर्सिटीज में तुरंत वो पहुंच जाता है। इस प्रकार के कुछ कि समाज और देश की आवश्यकता क्या है, दुनिया की आवश्यकता क्या है, इसके अनुसार हमारे सिलेबस होने चाहिए, उसके अनुसार हमारे बच्चों को नॉलेज होना चाहिए। और लोकल नीड सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है, लोकल नीड, स्थानीय आवश्यकता। हमारे बच्चे में बौद्धिक प्रतिभा की कोई कमी नहीं है। इंटेलेक्चुअली हमारे बच्चे को पूरी दुनिया लोहा मानती है, क्योंकि वही भारत के बच्चे अमेरिका में जाकर बहुत अच्छा कर रहे हैं। आज माइक्रोसॉफ्ट जैसी अनेक कंपनियों के टॉप लेवल पर भारत के बच्चे बैठे हैं, तो भारत में क्यों नहीं कर सकते? ऐसा एटमॉस्फेयर हमारे यहाँ एजुकेशन फील्ड में नहीं है, इसलिए हमारी प्रतिभाएं पलायन हो रही है विदेश की ओर। दुनिया में जहां भी नया नया रिसर्च होता है, चाहे अमेरिका हो, चाहे कनाडा हो, चाहे इंग्लैंड हो, चाहे रशिया हो, सारा उनकी यूनिवर्सिटी सिस्टम में ही हो रहा है सारा। भारत की यूनिवर्सिटी में वो नहीं हो सकता है क्या? इसलिए ऐसी हमारी सिस्टम एजुकेशन की होनी चाहिए। बच्चों को इस प्रकार का एक्सपोजर मिलना चाहिए। आज हमारे अभी जैसे कोरोना महामारी के कारण बहुत लोगों का पलायन हुआ है, शहर से गांव की ओर मजदूर चले गए लाखों लाखों की संख्या में। बहुत मजदूर कहते हैं कि हम वापस नहीं जाएंगे शहरों में भी, तो वहां उनको क्या रोजगार मिलेगा? वहां तो नौकरी का कोई संभावना है नहीं, रोजगार की बहुत। लेकिन वो सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट कर सकते हैं, ऐसी कुछ बातें निर्माण की जा सकती है क्या? तो ऐसे अनेक छोटे छोटे प्रैक्टिकल हो सकते हैं। जैसे एग्जाम्पल के लिए, उदाहरण के लिए, कई बार टमाटर का फसल इतनी ज्यादा हो जाती है और उनका दाम, इतने रेट उनके कम हो जाते हैं कि किसान रोड पर टमाटर फेंक देते हैं, तो बेचारा सब नुकसान हो जाता है। जब टमाटर रोड पर फेंक देते किसान, जब टमाटर के 50 रुपये किलो भाव होता है और जब रोड पर फेंक देते 2-4 रुपये किलो भाव होता है, तब भी सॉस का दाम तो कोई अंतर नहीं होता है बाजार में। तो सॉस बनाने की भी आजकल हमारे यहाँ किसान और पेप्सी और बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियां हैं। क्या उस बड़ी कंपनियों का जो सॉस बनाने की फैक्ट्री है, इंडस्ट्रीज है, उसके मॉडल देखकर ऐसे छोटे मॉडल तैयार नहीं किए जा सकते क्या गांव के लिए? तो आसपास के 20, 25, 50 गांव के लिए एक छोटा सा उद्योग हुआ हो, तो जब भी टमाटर बहुत फसल अच्छी हो जाएगी तो रोड पर नहीं फेंकेंगे, बाजार में नहीं जाएंगे, वही सॉस प्रोसेसिंग होकर सॉस बन जाएगा और अच्छा दाम उनको मिल जाएगा। तो इस प्रकार की सोसाइटी की नीड जो है, इस प्रकार की टेक्नोलॉजी का हम डेवलपमेंट कर सकते हैं क्या? कर सकते हैं हमारे बच्चे, उसमें कोई नई बात नहीं है। अभी अभी इस कोरोना महामारी में एक आईआईटी ने छोटे वेंटिलेटर बनाकर एम्स को दिए। कुछ इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेजों ने सैनिटाइजर बनाए, मास्क बनाए। दक्षिण में एक इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज पे तो बच्चों ने नर्स का काम करने वाला रोबोट तैयार किया और एक अस्पताल में उपयोग हो रहा है उसका। तो इस प्रकार की जो सोसाइटी की नीड है, समाज की आवश्यकता है, इस प्रकार की टेक्नोलॉजी का डेवलपमेंट करना। हम लोग कई बातों का अंधानुकरण करते हैं। जैसे वेस्टर्न कंट्री में ट्रैक्टर से, मशीन से खेती होने लगी तो धीरे धीरे हम भी उस पर चले गए। अभी ट्रैक्टर से खेती करने से हमारी जमीन को कितना नुकसान होता है, और छोटी खेती होगी उसमें तो ट्रैक्टर से खेती हो नहीं सकती है। हमारे बैल जो है वो बिना काम के हो गए, इसलिए वो कत्ल खाने में जाने लगे। ऐसे अनेक समस्या निर्माण होने लगी। लेकिन हमारी जो बैलगाड़ी थी, उस बैलगाड़ी को अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी से थोड़ा बनाना, ये काम हमारे देश में आज तक नहीं हुआ। बहुत छोटा सा काम है। तो इस प्रकार की सोसाइटी की, समाज की, देश और दुनिया की आवश्यकता के अनुसार हमारा पाठ्यक्रम का स्वरूप हो, और उस प्रकार के बच्चे इस प्रकार की टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलपमेंट करने का
अभी
क्या कुछ कह रहे हैं?
क्या हो रहा है ये यार?
नहीं बिल्कुल सर, 1 second. Deepak sir, Patel sir, all the technical team kindly mute your speakers while doing the work. Our honorable chief guest is speaking, please, I request you. Deepak sir,
Okay,
Patel
sir.
sir, please mute yourself, please mute yourself sir, please. हाँ कोठारी जी, प्लीज गो अहेड सर। हाँ गो अहेड सर।
एजुकेशन का जो उद्देश्य है, दो बात मैंने कही, एक है चरित्र निर्माण, व्यक्तित्व विकास, यानी बच्चों के कैरेक्टरिस्टिक और पर्सनैलिटी डेवलपमेंट। दूसरी बात है कि सोसाइटी की, नेशन की इंटरनेशनल नीड के अनुसार हमारा एजुकेशन इनके फुलफिल कर सके, ऐसा हमारा सिस्टम होना चाहिए। और लास्ट है तीसरा, कि जो नेशनल इंटरनेशनल चैलेंजेस है उसका सॉल्यूशन एजुकेशन, थ्रू एजुकेशन होना चाहिए। जैसा आज एनवायरनमेंट बहुत बड़ा, एक पर्यावरण एक बहुत बड़ी चैलेंज है हमारे सामने, तो उस चैलेंज का सॉल्यूशन डाइकोटोमी है उसमें, कि पर्यावरण का संरक्षण की बात करें तो विकास रुक जाता है, विकास डेवलपमेंट की बात करें तो पर्यावरण प्रभावित होता है। तो इन दोनों का बैलेंस करते हुए हम इको फ्रेंडली टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप नहीं कर सकते। इसी प्रकार ऐसी दूसरी एक दुविधाजनक डायकोटोमी है कि जब डेवलपमेंट की बात करें तो एम्प्लॉयमेंट कम हो जा रहा है, बड़ी बड़ी इंडस्ट्रीज बनती है तो, और एम्प्लॉयमेंट की ओर ध्यान दिया जाए तो डेवलपमेंट ठीक नहीं हो पा रहा है। तो इस प्रकार की जो चैलेंजेस है उसका समाधान, सॉल्यूशन हम टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से कैसे ला सकते हैं। तो जैसे मैंने एक उदाहरण भी दिया था, इस प्रकार टमाटर के सॉस के मशीन डेवलप करना, छोटे छोटे, ऐसे अनेक बातें हो सकती है। अभी एग्जांपल ज्यादा नहीं दूंगा मैं क्योंकि समय नहीं है इतना। लेकिन एक डिसेंट्रलाइज सिस्टम, विकेंद्रित अर्थव्यवस्था, ये अगर खड़ी करने का प्रयास करते हैं, उस प्रकार की टेक्नोलॉजी के लिए डेवलप करते हैं, तो इन सारे जो एक इंटरनेशनल प्रॉब्लम है, ये अंतरराष्ट्रीय चुनौतियां है, ये उसका समाधान हमारे देश में हो सकता है। जैसा उदाहरण करके आपको बताऊं, मैं जामनगर गुजरात का एक्सट्रीम वेस्ट है देश का, वहां ब्रासपाट इंडस्ट्रीज बहुत है। तो ऐसा कहते हैं कि ब्रासपाट की कंपटीशन जामनगर और जापान की कंपटीशन चलती है। जापान भी ब्रासपाट में बहुत आगे है। तो जामनगर में ब्रासपाट की बड़ी इंडस्ट्रीज भी है, छोटी इंडस्ट्रीज भी है, और घर घर में उद्योग के रूप में चलता है। जैसे मेरा एक मित्र था, हम जब पढ़ाई करते थे तो उनकी आर्थिक स्थिति अच्छी नहीं थी, तो उनको राजपाट के वहां से इंडस्ट्री से एक छोटा सा मशीन उनके घर में दे दिया गया था। बहुत महंगा नहीं था, वो 200-500 रुपये का उस समय का था। और वो पार्ट्स से रोज वो बच्चा सुबह, मेरा मित्र था, वो लाता था और फिर दिन में उनकी माताजी घर का काम पूरा करके समय मिलता तो उस पर काम करती थी और दूसरे दिन सुबह वो वापस देकर इंडस्ट्रीज में देकर आता था और उनको रोज का जितना काम करे उतना 10 रुपया 20 रुपया 50 रुपया मिल जाते थे। तो ये राजपाट के कारण उस जामनगर में घर घर में उद्योग लोगों को मिल गया था। तो इस प्रकार का जो एक चैलेंजेस है हमारे सामने, इसके सॉल्यूशन का भी हम लोगों ने विचार करना चाहिए इसमें। अभी कई बार लगता है कि ये सब इतना बड़ा कैसे होगा, बस बच्चों को उसके लिए एक्सपोजर की जरूरत है, ऐसे एक्सपेरिमेंट दिखाने की जरूरत है तो बच्चे सब बातें कर सकते हैं। तो इस प्रकार की जो एजुकेशन का मूल उद्देश्य है, जैसे 3 बातें मैंने कही कि चरित्र निर्माण, व्यक्तित्व का शिक्षा से होना चाहिए। दूसरी बात कि देश और समाज की आवश्यकताओं की पूर्ति होनी चाहिए और तीसरी राष्ट्रीय अंतरराष्ट्रीय चुनौती जिसका समाधान सॉल्यूशन होना चाहिए। ये तीनों बातें शिक्षा से अभिप्रेत है। इस प्रकार का हमारा तकनीकी शिक्षा का स्वरूप बनना चाहिए। इस दृष्टि से कुछ छोटी छोटी बातें बीच में मैंने उल्लेख कर दिया है, लेकिन उनका एक बार सिर्फ स्मरण कराते हुए मैं मेरी बात पूरी करता हूँ कि आज की सिचुएशन के अनुसार एक देश में मैन पावर सर्वे करने की आवश्यकता है कि हमारे देश में, अभी इंजीनियरिंग का उदाहरण मैं सिर्फ देता हूँ कि कितने सिविल इंजीनियर चाहिए, कितने मैकेनिकल चाहिए, कितने आईटी के चाहिए, उसके अनुसार इंस्टीट्यूशन खुलेंगे देश में और उसके अनुसार सीट्स होगी। देश और कुछ विदेश की आवश्यकता का भी हम साथ साथ विचार कर सकते हैं। तो एक ये बात देश राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर करने की आवश्यकता है। दूसरा, सिलेबस में रेगुलरली इंप्रूवमेंट की बात होनी चाहिए। तीसरी बात है कि एनवायरमेंट इको फ्रेंडली टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलपमेंट की बात होनी चाहिए। चौथी बात है कि हमारी सिस्टम प्रैक्टिकल होनी चाहिए, पहले प्रैक्टिकल बाद में थियरी। पेडागोजी लेवल पर बहुत बड़े बदलाव की आवश्यकता है। और रिसर्च में भारत बहुत पिछड़ रहा है दुनिया में, क्योंकि हमारे बच्चे पीजी करने के बाद रिसर्च के बारे में सोचना शुरू करते हैं तो वो रिसर्च वास्तव में नहीं होगा, और रिसर्च यानी इंग्लिश में, तो इसलिए रिसर्च की प्रॉब्लम और है। तो रिसर्च का तो एक माइंडसेट बच्चों का तैयार करना चाहिए। जब वो पेडागोजी इस प्रकार की होगी, प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज वो बच्चों को अच्छी तरह प्राप्त होगा, तो बच्चे अपने आप रिसर्च करेंगे उसमें से। और इंजीनियरिंग एजुकेशन भी हम अपनी भाषा में दे सकते हैं क्या? ठीक है, एकदम सारे सिलेबस चेंज हो जाएंगे, हिंदी में हो जाएंगे या गुजराती में हो जाएंगे, अन्य भाषा में, ये संभव नहीं है, स्लोली होगा। लेकिन शिक्षा तो अपनी भाषा में होनी चाहिए। अभी हमारे देश में हम कहें कि मेडिकल की शिक्षा, इंजीनियरिंग की शिक्षा, मैनेजमेंट की, आईटी, ये सब हमारी भाषा में होनी चाहिए। अभी हमारी भाषा हिंदी है उदाहरण करके इस क्षेत्र की, तो लोग कहेंगे अतुल कोठारी का दिमाग खराब हो गया। लेकिन वही भारत के बच्चे रशिया में जाकर रशियन भाषा में मेडिकल की पढ़ाई करते हैं, तब दिमाग खराब होने की बात नहीं आती। दुनिया के जितने भी देश है, जैसे कोरिया उदाहरण के लिए दे रहा है, हमारे पास कोरिया की टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत आ रही है, मोबाइल जैसे सैमसंग, तो यहाँ भेजने के लिए तो इंग्लिश में लेबल लगाकर भेज रहे हैं हमारे लिए, भारत के लिए। लेकिन आप कोरिया में जाएंगे तो इंग्लिश लेबल वाला मोबाइल आपको नहीं मिलेगा, वो कोरियन भाषा लेबल वाला ही मिलेगा आपको। तो दुनिया के जितने भी विकसित देश है वो सब देशों में वहां की भाषा में सारी शिक्षा दी जा रही है। तो हमारे देश में अंग्रेजी का भूत जो सवार है वो जब तक नहीं उतरेगा तब तक वास्तविक शिक्षा हम नहीं दे पाएंगे। और शिक्षक छात्रों का संवाद, इंटरेक्शन आज ये कोरोना महामारी के दिनों में बहुत ज्यादा आवश्यकता है उनकी, क्योंकि बच्चे घर में है, 3 महीनों से बंद है, तो बहुत बड़ा तनाव, स्ट्रेस है। तो इस तरीके से बच्चों के साथ इंटरेक्शन रेगुलरली होना चाहिए। इसलिए हमने निवेदन किया है सभी इंस्टीट्यूशन को कि हर इंस्टीट्यूशन में काउंसलिंग सेंटर, जिसको हिंदी में हम परामर्श केंद्र कहते हैं, ये प्रारंभ करना चाहिए, जिसमें बच्चों की हर प्रकार की समस्याओं के समाधान का प्रयास होगा। वो ऑफलाइन भी हो सकता है, ऑनलाइन भी हो सकता है। आज ऑनलाइन होगा, जब कॉलेज शुरू हो जाएगा तो दोनों प्रकार से उसका उपयोग हो सकता है। तो ऐसे आज कोरोना महामारी की दृष्टि से भी ये 3-4 बातें का गंभीरता से विचार करने की आवश्यकता है। एक हेल्थ एजुकेशन, एक योग एजुकेशन और एक काउंसलिंग सेंटर यानी परामर्श केंद्र। ये तीनों बातों को हमने एक अनिवार्य रूप से हर संस्थान में जोड़ने की आवश्यकता है, क्योंकि आज स्वास्थ्य की समस्या बहुत बड़ी है। बच्चे तनाव में, स्ट्रेस में है, तो उसका निदान योग में है। और इसके लिए काउंसलिंग सेंटर भी होना चाहिए। तो ये भी आज की महामारी की दृष्टिकोण से एक आवश्यक अनिवार्य बात है। तो इस 3 विषयों पर भी हमारे कैसे हम उसको अपने अपनी शुरुआत कर सकते हैं, इसका भी एक विचार हम लोगों ने करने की आवश्यकता है। तो इस प्रकार से एक समग्रता का एक विचार इंजीनियरिंग एजुकेशन का, वो अगर जब होता है तो फिर हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशन में निकलने वाले इंजीनियर वो नौकरी तो कुछ करे, इसमें आपत्ति नहीं, लेकिन बेकारों की लिस्ट में एक भी नाम नहीं जुड़ना चाहिए। हर बच्चा अपने आप में यूनिक है। हर बच्चे में क्षमताएं पड़ी हुई है, बस उस क्षमता, उस कैपेसिटी उनकी है, जो उनकी जो क्वालिटी है, वो पहचानना का काम शिक्षक का है, आचार्य का है, टीचर का, प्रोफेसर का है। तो उस बच्चा की क्या क्वालिटी है उसको पहचानना और उसके अनुसार उसकी जो क्वालिटी है उस दिशा में वो आगे बढ़े, इसके लिए उनको सपोर्ट, सहयोग, समर्थन जो आवश्यक है वो करने का काम शिक्षक का है। अपने सब्जेक्ट में आगे बढ़ेगा तो अपने आप उनका उत्साह बढ़ेगा, तो बाकी विषयों में भी वो आगे बढ़ेगा धीरे धीरे। इस प्रकार के हमारी इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेजों से अब्दुल कलाम, विश्वेश्वरैया, श्रीनिवास रामानुजन, इस प्रकार के लोग आज भी निकल सकते हैं। आवश्यकता है बस थोड़ा इस प्रकार का शिक्षा की हमारी आज की व्यवस्था में, आज की पद्धति में, आज की सिस्टम में ऐसे छोटे छोटे बदलाव करके हम हमारे संस्थान को भी एक उत्कृष्ट संस्थान बना सकते हैं और हमारे यहाँ से निकलने वाले बच्चे भी देश के जो बच्चे हैं इंजीनियरिंग के, इससे हमारे बच्चे कुछ अलग होंगे। इस प्रकार का एक संस्थान बन सकता है। आपका संस्थान इस दिशा में प्रयासरत है, ये मैं जानता हूं। तो इस दिशा में ये जो सारे प्रयास है, इस प्रयास में हमसे भी कोई अपेक्षा होगी तो हम हमारी क्षमता अनुसार जरूर इसमें सहयोग आपको करने का प्रयास करेंगे। लेकिन हम इस 5 दिन के फैकल्टी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम के द्वारा हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट को एक देश का बेस्ट इंस्टीट्यूट बनाने की दिशा में प्लानिंग, योजना और उसके इम्प्लीमेंटेशन की रूपरेखा, योजना, प्लानिंग ठीक से बने कि चिंतन, चर्चा, बौद्धिक ये सब हो जाएगा। लास्ट डे ये होना चाहिए 2 सेशन कम से कम। ये सारा जो चिंतन आया है, रिपोर्ट तो आप क्या बनाते होंगे, उसमें पॉइंट्स आइडेंटिफाई किए जाए और फिर हम उसको कैसे इंप्लीमेंट करेंगे, इस पर प्लानिंग फिर हो लास्ट डे, अंतिम दिन। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये जो 5 दिन का फैकल्टी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम है वो सफल तो होगा ही, साथ साथ सार्थक भी होगा, और हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट को एक नई दिशा देने में ये 5 दिन का प्रोग्राम सफल होगा, ऐसा विश्वास के साथ आप सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। आपने मुझे इस उद्घाटन सत्र में निमंत्रित किया और मेरे विचार प्रस्तुत करने का अवसर दिया, इसलिए संस्थान परिवार के सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू सो मच सर, थैंक यू सो मच सर। आपने अपना कीमती समय निकाल के हमारा मार्गदर्शन किया सर, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत हम आपके आभारी हैं सर। और कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड दैट वी आर falling short of time, so before calling in Dr. Pavan Kumar Shukla, the convener of the program, I would like to quote that if someone is going down the wrong road, he doesn't need motivation to speed him up. What he needs is education to turn him around. समय आ गया है बदलाव का, जैसा कि कोठारी जी ने कहा, और थोड़े थोड़े बदलाव से ही हम अपने जीवन में परिवर्तन ला सकते हैं। इसी बात पर आगे बढ़ाते हुए I would like to bring in Dr. Pavan Kumar Shukla, the convener of the program, and immediately after that I want to tell my participants that immediately after that we'll have the first technical talk of today by Professor Dr. Rajiv Kapoor from Delhi Technological University, and we'll just start off with it. Fine. Dr. Shukla, please, over to you. Come in. Dr. Pavan Kumar Shukla, please come in.
Thank you, Kunal. Very good morning, everyone. Good morning. And first of all, I would like to appreciate the patience very soon, within 5 minutes, and I will not take already have discussed almost everything about this FDP on exposure and rejuvenation of technologies in changed era of the world. Now, being as convener of this program, it's my duty to convey my heartfelt thanks on behalf of RKGIT to all those very special persons who help, support, guidance, or presence. So I express my gratitude to our honorable chief guest, Shri Atul Kothari ji, Secretary of Shiksha Sanskriti Utthanyas, and our guest of honor, Shri Sanjay Swami ji, Deputy Secretary at Shiksha Sanskriti Utthanyas, who have been kind enough to spare their valuable time for our event. Thank you very much, sir. We are really thankful to our distinguished guest, Professor R.P. Tiwari sir, Professor at MNIT, Allahabad, and Professor Rajiv Kapoor, Professor at DTU, New Delhi. Speaker for the day, Dr. Rahul Johri from USICT, IPU, New Delhi. I convey my heartfelt thanks to the Vice Chairman of RKG Group, Sri Akshat Goyal ji, in his absentia, whose support and vision is always helping us to achieve new heights. We are really thankful to all the speakers of this FDP who are determined to spread their knowledge and expertise around the world. I would definitely say thanks to our Honorable Director R&D, Dr. Lakshman Prasad, in his absentia, and our Director, Dr. D.R. Somsekhar sir, who always believes in us and provide all the necessary guidance. Thanks to our program advisors, Shri H.G. Garg, DSW, Dr. P.C. Srivastav, Dean Second Shift, Professor R.K. Yadav, HOD of Electronics and Communication Engineering, whose support and continuous help gave us strength. Thanks to all the organizing committee members of this FDP. Special thanks to co-conveners Richa Gupta and Mr. Kunal Lala, the technical team, Deepak, Vaibhav, Rajneesh, including Hitesh. Last but not least, I thanks to all the participants for joining this FDP from the different places of the world. I hope and expect that you all will be benefited with this FDP on exposure and rejuvenation of technologies in the changed era of world. Thank you very much for listening us. And this FDP, the technical session is being started within 2 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Pawan sir. And now, without even waiting for a second, we will start off with the technical session. And by this, we come to the end of the inaugural ceremony. Ms. Sabi, I am thankful to all the guests and distinguished speakers for sparing their valuable time and blessing us by their presence. Now, I would like to tell the participants that we are beginning with the first talk of this FDP. And the first speaker is our very own Professor Dr. Rajiv Kapoor. For the new people who have joined just now, I would like to brief the profile of Professor Rajiv Kapoor again to all of you. Well, Professor Dr. Rajiv Kapoor is a BE, ME and PhD in Electronics and Communication Engineering. He is currently working as professor in the Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering at Delhi Technological University, Delhi. His areas of interest include vision, speech-based tracking, activity recognition, vision, speech-based signal processing, pattern recognition, cognitive radio. He has published hundreds of research papers in national and international conferences and journals of high repute. He has filed more than 10 patents in the last 3 years and has authored 4 books and has received several project grants. We are honored to have him amongst us, and we are honored to have such a patient audience also amongst us, and we are thankful to all of you. Now, over to you, Mr. Rajiv. The anchor is signing out now, and I'm leaving the participants. With the keynote speaker, Professor Kapoor. Probably he's going to speak on the topic of object tracking today. And I would like the technical team, Mr. Deepak sir, to please get it checked, all the technicalities, that whether sir is able to share his screen or not, and mute everyone else. Now the time is only for Mr. Kapoor and the audience. Please go ahead, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kunal.
दीपक सर का स्क्रीन चेक कराइए हाँ सर बस मैं जा रहा हूँ सर ओके
I have given my PPT to Dr. Yadav. If it's possible, I will try to share it from my share screen. Let's see if it comes out or not. Just a second.
Yes, you should take a check, sir, because you'll be able to change it on your own, sir. That's why. Yes.
Yeah, WhatsApp is.
दीपक सर अगर सर की शेयर नहीं हो पा रही तो आप शेयर कर देना
सर इसको तो WhatsApp है सर you try to log out sir it's done okay try log in
yeah now I have logged out then now I can I think put it on the
yes you can try it now sir otherwise else our team will get it done sir not an issue
yeah just a moment. Oh, is it visible?
Is it visible? Yes, sir, it is visible. You can go for slideshow and go on, sir, please.
Yeah, okay. So, सबसे पहले मैं just 2 लाइनें बोलूँगा ताकि
And sir, I'll stop you in between, sir. Actually, sir, it is a gentle request, sir. Although it will be done by you, actually, the most of the participants are requesting for the mode of communication to be from English, sir. Please. Okay?
I don't. मैं उनके लिए भी बोल रहा हूँ 2 लाइनें मैं बोल रहा हूँ
Yes. Sorry sir, I didn't mean it, but sir, thank you so much.
नहीं उनके लिए नहीं बोल रहा मैं तो अभी मैं वो उनका जो विजन है उसके हिसाब से हम इस इंस्टीट्यूट को ढाल पाएंगे ऐसा मेरा ऐसा मुझे लगता है और हम इसे कर पाएंगे. So let's all the participants you waited for a little long but let's start with the topic object tracking and you all understand that in our daily life when we talk about signal processing in general it's fundamentally, let's say you're sitting in the class and listening to the teacher. So at that time, you have to be adaptive to whatever the teacher is speaking. When you do any kind of activity throughout your day and throughout your life, any kind of application that will always need to have an adaptive system. So it means in electronics, the importance of adaptivity is extremely high. So keeping that in view, there is one small application of the adaptive theory, that is called as the object tracking. See, when we come from anywhere to our college, during that period, we keep on looking at the surrounding, and that's how we track the objects in the surrounding or near to us. So let's go ahead with the presentation goal. I'm taking in 4 parts. The first one is the fundamentals and object representation, object detection, and tracking. Now let's see, as a teacher, I have to tell you what my goal is today to convey you in the specified period. My goal is to make you aware of the latest researches which have been taken up in this particular field. And this field is really very, very important even for the applications like robotics. Because robotics, you have an eye of the robot, you have various sensors, and they all need to track the signals. So when I tell you about the object tracking, it means tracking the signal for me, and for the time being, the signal is an image. So let's go ahead with the fundamentals. So now whenever I start with the lecture, my objective is always to motivate you why you should take up. So I'm telling you few of the applications which you can take up as a research problem. Like the first one is the human identification based upon gait. Surveillance problem, video indexing, which is extremely important in the multimedia systems. And nowadays, most of the systems are multimedia only. And then gesture recognition is one of the important field. One field is always important, that is called as a real-time gathering of the traffic statistics, or let's say real-time applications. Because in all the applications, we wish that those applications should stop the analysis, should complete the analysis in a given period of time. So therefore, we know that real-time analysis, real-time applications are extremely important. Then vehicle navigation is another important field. Let's go a little ahead. What I'm trying to show you are few pictures. And from the pictures, I will try to come out with the technology, new technology. See this first one, there is a corridor, and these are some of the lines. And these, specific lines, colorful lines, they show the spread of the optics in the corridor. Now, how could we identify the spread of the optics is one of the question for us. So let's find, I'm trying to create questions in the beginning, and then we'll find out the solutions for this. So this is my objective. Let's see the second picture. You can see the hand, you can see the cables, you can see paper and some text written over there, some watch is there. So many things lying on the table. So it means under this, because there are so many objects lying over there, like I tell you, I give you one example of how I can take up this problem is, in the first case, the corridor was just vacant. There was nobody over there except the optics light. Here you have so many objects. If I give you a question that there is one person in this corridor and you have to identify and track that object, that problem is one over nil. There is nobody else in the competition. You don't have to distinguish it from others except the surroundings. But here when I say it's a hand, it means this hand has to be disassociated from the cable, from the watch, from the text, and from the paper. So it means there are 5 more objects lying on the table. And my problem is that in case I know how to identify the hand and I do not know how to identify the wristwatch, then it is difficult for me to distinguish the hand from the other object. So this means that if there are more number of objects among which you have to identify one object, then the problem becomes little more tedious. Now let me tell you mathematically, how should I take it otherwise? Now let's take, there is a polynomial with a single parameter and there is a 2-parameter polynomial and there is a multiple parameters based polynomial. So when there are multiple parameters, it's not easy to find out the roots of that. Whereas 1 is a linear function, 2 is quadratic, and so on. So more the power of the polynomial, it becomes a little more tedious for you to find out the solution. So similar is the case over here. The study based on identifying the objects in the surrounding of other objects, depending upon the number of objects in the surrounding, is a multiple parametric problem, right? So it means there are 2 types of mathematical studies. One is the non-parametric situation. Yeah, parameters less, And second thing is the parametric. When we say non-parametric, it means we consider all parameters, infinite number of parameters, which is extremely, extremely difficult. Well, I will come to that little later on. You can see there are 3 more figures, and you can see that these figures, the human being in the figures have been further segmented into parts. And through these parts and their motions, we can identify the kind of motion and the kind of person or the kind of, whether it's a person or a human being or some animal or something else. So this is how it, well, I will come to this a little later on, but let me start with a small problem, because we found a problem, we found many applications. Now we have to talk about the solutions. But solution I'm giving you in a very simple manner. Let's say object I had shown you, but here I'm giving you in writing that object is something which is of interest. And examples are boats on the sea. But let me further elaborate. Think of, just visualize when we talk about this, just think in the background of your mind that you are standing near to the sea and there is only one boat which is little far away and you're looking at it and you have to predict how far that boat is from you. You see everywhere sea. It's very, very difficult to predict. There is nothing in the surrounding. But suddenly what happens? 2, 3 more boats, some in the front side, some in the background, some left and right. They start moving. Then suddenly you get a little more confidence. Now, why does it happen? Now, this is the basic principle of science. That something, when it comes near to you, your measurements become relative. So it is an interesting issue. We'll take up, some solutions for this. Fish inside an aquarium. If you have to track that fish, is a wonderful problem. Vehicle on road is a common problem. Planes in the air need to be tracked continuously because we cannot afford to lose any contact with the flying plane. That will be holding on ransom the lives of many, many citizens. People walking on the road is another example of the object. Now let's try to, we had a one-line meaning of the object. Now we have a solution. So for the beginners who wish to do research in this particular area, the first task is the detection of interesting moving object. So first we need to separate out the object from the background. Again, as I said, it may be one object, it may be 2 objects, it may be more objects. Second step will be, let's say, tracking these objects from frame to frame. Now, it means every frame, when you convert a moving video, some video, into video sequences, then you can analyze one frame at a time, then can club it with the analysis of other frames. That linkage with one frame to other frames is an example of the tracking algorithm. The third one is the analysis of the object tracks. So here comes that you have tried to track, but you have to measure whether your tracking skill is really good or not. Now I give you an example of this. Now let's say you have seen on the Discovery Channel or in general also that there is a deer in the jungle and there is a lion and there is cheetah. Both of them have to catch the prey. Now, deer can always deceive the lion, but it is extremely difficult to deceive the cheetah. The reason being that the adaptivity of cheetah is much, much higher as compared to the lion. Now, why it is so? And it means when we can compare visually, it means we can compare by measuring something. So this means that adaptivity is measurable. So these are all things we learn from these 3 lines algorithm. Let's go ahead from here. So I'm giving you 2 subtask solution for this. First task I'm giving you is to build some model of whatever you wish to track. Suppose you wish to track the human being, you have to build a model of the human motion. Why? Just now I have not conveyed you the what kind of method you will employ to model the human motion. I will come to that later on. But I'm telling you a 2-point algorithm for the beginners. Then what you do is, whatever you know about the object and whatever you learned about the object in the previous frame, you make predictions about the object in the current frame depending upon it. So what we what we do is, based upon our last experiences, we take the decision today. Whatever we have learned from the childhood, based upon that, we in general take a decision in the present time. The same principle is used for predicting the present location of the object based upon the location of the object in the previous frames. And if suppose there is no previous frame and you are just beginning, so that will be your prediction first. That may be an error-sum prediction. So this you keep on repeating every time and you come out with a object tracking algorithm. Fine. So let's go a little further into deep. So now I have told you a 3-line algo. Still I have to go into the depth, but now I can talk little more in-depth technical problems, issues. Because tracking object is now not that a simple problem. Like for example, the original original word is a 3D word. But when we take the image of any object, that suddenly becomes 2-dimensional. Anything on paper, on screen is 2-dimensional. So it means the 3rd dimension is lost automatically when you convert a real life video into a real life, what you can see, into a video or into a print on a paper. Second is the noise in the images. So this means that when you try to take the image through the camera, the noise may get introduced due to the camera itself. It may be introduced due to the smog, fog, smoke, or rain, etc., etc., or any of the environmental dust or anything else also. So it means your tracking problem gets a little more complicated. The third issue is the complex object shapes and motions. Now for this, I will give you an example of, like for example, object shapes can be the human being or some vehicle or animal, etc., etc. But motions are related to, for example, like a human being which is a mature one of our age will move on the road with a almost nearly constant velocity. But a child who is very, very small, you can't predict in what direction he or she will move, at what time. It all depends upon what is going on behind the scene in his or her mind. Next. So it means that this makes the problem little tougher. Next important issue is the articulated nature of the objects. We have hands, arms, legs, which can bend. And that's how the robots have been prepared, because of the articulated nature of the objects. Their hands are designed separately, arms are designed separately, legs are designed separately. And the brain, when designed, keeps the balance among all these parts. So this is because the human body and all these things are articulated in nature. Therefore, we need to have a different algorithm which keeps into consideration the articulated nature of the objects. Next one is the partial and full object occlusion. If let's say something comes in front of the object which you wish to identify, so that is called as the occlusion. Similarly, scene illumination changes. I give in general an example of this. Like let's say there is a marriage party going on and there is a disco light installed over there. There are two kinds of person who can dance and who cannot dance. Even if the person is not dancing and just standing on the dance floor, that fellow will look like as if he or she is dancing from far off. So what we understand is either the person moves, then the scene looks like as if in motion, or the intensity is changed, or the illumination gets changed. Then the scene looks like as if this object is in motion. Real-time processing is one of the common issue. Well, to simplify this complex issue now, I'm introducing few more parts into it. Like for example, almost all tracking algorithms assume that object motion is smooth with no abrupt changes. Like I gave you an example of the child. So these are the constraints we have to assume. The object motion is assumed to be constant velocity. And third point, which is a little more different, is the prior knowledge about the number and the size of the objects or the object appearance and shape. So this prior knowledge is extremely an important issue. You people must have learnt about the a priori probabilities and the maximum likelihood algorithms which are based upon a priori probabilities. So probably we can go for such kind of measurements to generate knowledge about the prior knowledge about the object. Let's go a little more ahead. So we talked about the problems and now we can refine the research problems. The first one is the, as I said, projection of 3D world on a 2D image into a 2D image. So because we have a 2D image on the screen, on the paper, therefore that leads to loss of information. So research is required to get it back. Second is the noise in images, as I told you. Third is the cluttered background. Background is another problem. So background removal techniques background subtraction gives you the foreground. So therefore, some of the object tracking techniques are based upon the background subtraction also. But here the background is cluttered, so we can go in any of the way, whether to remove or whether to go along with it. Complex object motion. As I gave you an example, partial and full occlusion also was covered earlier. Illumination, real-time processing. But I have added few, that is adaptivity. See, if there is a ball and suddenly it falls, see, it was moving with a constant velocity, it was easy to track. But when it fell down suddenly, then there was a big change. And the adaptive algorithm could not work. Adaptive algorithm could not track. So we need to have better and better adaptive algorithms. And new research is required for this purpose also. Abrupt appearance change is also one of the research problem. Somebody enters the scene and leaves out of the scene. So how do we track if the same person comes next time? That is also an issue. Drifting is another issue. When you remove the background, then the background removal is based upon at least the two images, previous and the current, let's say. And there is a little motion in the two frames. So what happens is, the motion which happens, you are leaving some position, you are gaining some position, so both the parts get included in the foreground. So that is called as the drifting. Robustness is one of the issue. Inaccuracies in measuring foreground and background is also one of the issue. So these were the research problems, and I'm giving you now the solutions. Now, first topic was the description of the object. How can you identify the object in a video? So I have suggested few methods, like the first one is the template based recognition, shape based recognition, texture based techniques, color models of the objects, multiple feature fusion also is one of the technique, but one of the popular technique is the gradient features. So probably maybe in the next 1 or 2 slides, we'll take up this also. Then second topic is the embedding objects into certain context. Every object need to be under the some context, because there has to be in the surrounding something. There has to be prior position of that object. So as I was telling you, that you need to have a priori knowledge of the object. You can also have some knowledge at runtime. There can be a context at runtime. There can be a context for co-occurrence of the two things at the same time, two events at the same time. Spatio-temporal relation also become context under the applications. And at the end of this particular heading, any kind of knowledge will be helpful to identify the object, but it should be identifiable as a context. Drift control, I have already told you, is one of the issue. But how do we take the decision? How do we take a decision? Decision is based upon the Monte Carlo samplings, like particle filter, like Markov chain Monte Carlo models, online learning models, methods like generative and discriminative models. And once you have worked on these steps, you have used these methods, then you have to update the model. So this becomes now a better process using the methods. When we talk about the gradient features categories, now shape features through gradients can be hierarchical, chamfer, matching, hierarchical tree. So you must have studied at certain point of time, either in masters or BTech or your studies, all these methods, or I can tell you some of the latest techniques wherever I feel like for example, edgelet is one of the wavelet. Map is a maximum a posteriori estimation technique. SIFT is a technique for statistical summarization of the gradients. Ransack, which in full form is random sample consensus, is another technique which is very popular. Histogram of gradient descriptors along with the support vector machines is another statistical summarization technique. Adaptive contour features is another, ACF is another technique. Oriented granular space along with ADA boost. ADA boost is a machine learning technique and oriented granular space is a signal processing technique. So the combination of the two can get you the statistical summarization of the gradients. And then there is a half forest method. We know random forest, we know random walk, we know random signal theory, and there is an extension of this called as the half forest method. I'm giving you the meaning and glimpse of the methods to some extent because of the short period. But yes, you should feel motivated and later on can contact me. So object representation is based upon, can be based upon points. Like single point is centroid. You can represent a human being by a single point or multiple points like this. Object can also be represented by enclosing the human being in a rectangle or in an ellipse. Object can also be represented by the contour of an object. It can also be represented as a silhouette. So silhouette looks like this and contour looks like this. Some people also call this as a silhouette blob. Articulated shape models. If you separate all the organs of the human being or any other article, animal or anything else, then that because person or a human being or a animal has a body which is articulated in nature, so we can always divide it into a number of parts, and the motions existing in those parts can be identified, can be linked to the other parts, and the motion can be predicted. Skeleton models, these are the morphological models. So through this, you can always identify a human being. Now see, here you have so many objects and I have to recognize and understand the person. So here I am trying, because I know that human face has this kind of shape. So either I can use the ellipse or I can use a rectangle through the technique called template matching or any other techniques which I have mentioned earlier. So they can help you to identify one object out of the many objects which are present in the scene. Object can also be represented by the probability densities, like a histogram. If gets normalized, then it represents not exactly the probability density, because it need to follow certain properties of the probability density function, but yes, it can represent almost similar to the PDF. Hello. Yeah, probably I think we can take up all the questions just at the end of this. Okay.
Yes, sir. We'll take the questions. Meanwhile, one second. Deepak sir, please kindly make sure that each and everyone is has been muted except for the Rajiv sir. Please, Deepak sir, make sure of it. Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir. Please.
Here, I'm representing a one-dimensional Gaussian distribution, and you can see, of course, it is one-dimensional, but there are three Gaussians with different standard deviation, which has been shown in different colors. Now, let's see how I can use these Gaussians to represent an image. But before that, let me convert that into a two-dimensional. So two-dimensional Gaussian looks like this, right? So this part is a special part, which the sigma inverse I have represented in place of 1/2 sigma square. So that's what I have represented as this particular sigma inverse. But if you see how they have been placed over here, it is similar to, if suppose for an example, x minus mu is an orthogonal vector. In that case, this particular part becomes a transform. Well, we'll come to that later on. But let's see, so this is a signal. I have now mixed three Gaussians, and you can see that these three Gaussians can represent a complex signal. See. So it means this whole signal can be divided into three parts, at least. So I'm mixing the Gaussians. See, this is the final shape, but independently there are three Gaussians in 2 dimensions. So this is in 3 dimensions. So I can represent some visual signal using Gaussians or the mixture of the Gaussians. So this is a beautiful fundamental and a beautiful research carried on by someone, and is quite useful nowadays to separate out to segment the background from the foreground. Well, I'm giving you a glimpse only. So let's talk about the object representation. I told you about the point representation, elliptical, rectangular blobs, silhouette, contours, and the articulated. Again, it was in terms of the ellipses. Next comes the object detection. See my image, which is full of number of objects. And I have got the points. These are basically the points of interest. I call it as a points of interest, because I don't know whether you wish to apply the high pass information is an important fact for you, or the boundary of the object is an important fact for you, or some location is important for you. So therefore, I'm calling it as a point of interest. So point detectors can also represent the number of objects. So this can help you in the segmentation process. Then comes a concept of the background segmentation. So I can use number of techniques. In my research papers, I have even devised a technique based upon the lattices, based upon the tensors, three-dimensional tensors, four-dimensional tensors. So using that also, I have tried to model the background. Of course, a common technique which I have just conveyed you is a mixture of Gaussian technique. So let's go a little ahead. Now, this is one, problem and some video data which we tried to analyze. We took a video, divided into various frames, and we tried to analyze. When we tried to separate out the background, we got the foreground like this. This is how, but there will be a noise like this. So it means the images which you get are not very, very clear. And here also the objects are somewhere cluttered with other objects. So more objects have become a noise for identifying a single object or tracking a single object. This is the next scene where we got number of frames and the outcome of the background subtraction so that we may identify the object. Now here objects can be identified while moving away from us, from the camera. Their size will start becoming smaller and smaller as they go far away from us. And where they are nearer to us, the size becomes big. It keeps on becoming bigger and bigger. There is a concept of statistical modeling of background. So this was the image, this was the background, and this is the foreground. So if you consider the frame subtraction only, that will lead to a large amount of drift. This method is not that. So you have to start from the mixture of Gaussian model. Then the drift will be less. And more or less you will see the noise has really vanished. And for object tracking, you can consider the point-based tracking. You can also base your tracking algo on the kernel-based. Like kernel is the object shape and appearance, right? So what does it mean? This means that your shape can be modeled, your appearance can be modeled, so that if can be represented as a kernel, then the tracking will be called as the kernel-based tracking. Then silhouette-based tracking. Template matching, I have already told you, but I'm telling you the limitation of this as it requires the high computation cost. which limit the object's search to the vicinity of its previous position. So that's why template matching, being very, very noisy, is avoided, but is useful for some easygoing applications where the recognition of object is easier because of there is no illumination changes, there is no angle changes, and so on. So all constraints, if are applied on the object tracking application, then template matching becomes an easy way out. There is one more way of going for the template. That is called as the, now this the first one is the Euclidean distance. And this is the mean square distance. And this is the correlation. And these are the called as the direct comparisons. You can either correlate, you can find the mean square distance, or you can find the magnitude of the distance, Euclidean distance. There is another kind of distance called as the Bhattacharya distance. Now this was devised by an Indian scientist called as the Bhattacharya. So he devised these two distributions, and both I am representing, where H1 and H2 are the two histograms. So based upon this, he devised the Bhattacharya distance and found the Bhattacharya coefficient. Well, there is another kind of distances like Honsdorf distance. There is a Mahalanobis distance also. So many of them can be useful, but I have shown you over here only two. There's spatiotemporal features like volumetric features, like contour motion features, Hessian detector. This is second order partial differential equation. So second order partial differential equation based modeling. Then multiple feature fusion similar to array processing also can lead to spatiotemporal features, better features. Color is also influenced by the spectral power distribution of illuminant and surface reflectance properties of the object. So in case we can keep these illumination distribution of the illumination in a known statistics, then probably we can predict the color of the object in a better manner. There can be texture-based features also, like Gabor wavelet, local binary patterns. See, LBPs are quite very, very popular nowadays. And we have started even now teaching in the classes also. But you can see that they are almost like a 5 or 6 years back researches. And then Weber local descriptor, which is sensitive to change of lighting. So these are some of the latest techniques where you can go for texture-based recognition. I told you earlier that there are generative techniques. So generative techniques are appearance changes based techniques. And the examples of those methods are the mixture models, expectation maximization algorithms, tensor subspace learning algorithms, and incremental principal component analysis. Similarly, the discriminative techniques are based upon appearance changes during tracking at runtime, like tracking by detection incremental linear discriminant analysis. Support vector machine is a machine learning technique. Attentional visual tracking, attention based. So this is under the discriminative techniques. Another Monte Carlo sampling technique is also very popular technique for tracking. An example of this is a Kalman filter. And there are many varieties and updates to the Kalman filter, like extended Kalman filter, like unscented Kalman filter, particle filter. And there are many shortcomings in the particle filter also. And it has been tenfold redevised, enhanced further, because particle filter is definitely one of the popular technique. And shortcomings are generally overcome by the optimization techniques. We also took one eye tracking application which we implemented based upon the standard databases. Object tracking can also be used for elliptical head tracking using intensity gradients and color histograms. You can see here the ellipse is representing half of the face. Here it is representing the full face. So there is some problem with the technique. So it means we need to change it. This is one more application which we implemented before having our own research paper, which is by Ramesh and Mir. And this is an IEEE publication. And you can see the object is a person playing either football or something. So we need to track. So here we have used the mean shift algorithm, mean shift tracking algorithm. So you can note down that mean shift algorithm is not very old, but yes, I will say that few years back algorithm, but almost latest. But there are many enhancements to the mean shift algorithm also. So I have taken this in short because I knew that almost 30-40 minutes I will be given. In general, I go for 2 hours lecture, but due to the shortage of the time, I have reduced the contents of the literature in this, but I have given you the glimpse of all the techniques. You can ponder over the techniques, you can study them, and wherever you have questions, you have my email address. You can identify yourself from this FDP course and can give reference of this FDP and can connect with me. So thank you very much, and now you can have questions.
Thank you so much, sir. It was really a wonderful presentation. We are getting so much feedbacks also. People are very eager to ask questions, and they are also asking for posting the feedback links also. So dear friends, let me tell you that we have feedback links for each and every session, and we'll keep on posting them right after the speaker has finished its talk. I request my team to please post the link for this session now. I request my team to please post the link for this session on the chat boxes of Facebook, Zoom, and YouTube, everywhere. Okay. And make sure you will get certificates only after you will attend all the sessions and fill all the feedbacks. We are making it clear since beginning. Fine. So if you have any questions, you can go for a hand raise option. I request the participants, they can go for hand raise option. Please go in for a hand raise option. Technical team, please. Meanwhile, I am getting some questions on my personal WhatsApp also. I'll bring them in. Meanwhile, the participants can ask in the chat box, and they can also go for a hand raise option. I have a question, sir, from YouTube. Mr. Ravindranath RC. Mr. Ravindranath RC. He says, sir, kindly, if possible, demonstrate the basic multimodal fusion network for video summarization. I'm repeating the question again, sir. If possible, demonstrate the basic multimodal fusion network for video summarization. Are you able to understand the question, sir?
Yeah, I have listened it. See, multimodal. Hello.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Audible. Yeah. Multimodal fusion can also be used for data tracking. When you have a single mode like a camera, then you have, like for example, you can see the object in tracking. Additionally, you can listen about whatever noise or sound the object is making. So additionally, it will help you to track the object. You must have seen some of the fighters, our own warrior kings in our country, who used to fight without looking in the surrounding. So what I'm trying to say is, then more number of sensors will add to the quality of tracking. I had given in my presentation the multiple fusion of features and features based upon multiple sensors. So these are the two different things, but at the same time, multiple cameras and multiple sensors will definitely add to the quality of the object tracking. But yes, a demonstration, what you are saying is, demonstration means that I should display you the working model, okay, of the multiple camera based or camera and a mic based tracking, or for which some arrangement has to be made, and I have to go to my office, which is nowadays closed for us, and we have to work from home. So we have a working model. We have a thermal imaging camera also with us at DTU in my lab, and we have a HD camera. We have ultrasonic sensors, and we have mics also. And we have created a special sensor based upon multiple number of mics also to track even in the absence of the camera. So therefore, you need morning tracking, you need night tracking. You have to take the help of multiple number of sensors. So of course, multimodal fusion is a good help. Yes, any other question, please? Hello? Any other question, please?
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Yes, sir. I can understand that you cannot show currently the working which was asked because of some constraints. I'll share your mail ID as you have shared it here also, so that they can contact you on mail for the
yes.
future things. And people are also asking, it would be very kind that if you share the presentation. So we'll definitely think of that too. Any more questions for the hand? People can go for hand raise. Yeah, I can see Bharti. I can see Bharti Sai Krupa. Bharti Sai Krupa को unmute करें इनको. Yes, Bharti, please come in. Bharti, please come in.
So thank you so much, sir, for allowing me to ask the question. But I would like to ask a general question, as I'm not from the technical field. I'm a student of education. So my question is that the way we are embedding our lives around technology, AI technology, one day we will I mean, one day we'll come to a stage where humans will become converted into a robot. For example, if I say most of the developed countries like USA, the people over there, they're preferring to have a knee replacement rather than trying to work out, do exercise, and help themselves in becoming healthy through natural ways. And stem cell preservation is also increasing day by day. At the same time, South Korea is also developing different techniques to change the human physiology. And most importantly, people are depending on technology to make their workout. In this way, day by day, people or human, if we say, is becoming more lethargic and not willing to do anything physically and getting diseases for themselves. So the first question is it possible that we can use technology without changing the essence of being human rather than converting human race into robots? And the second question related to this is, do we really need to become a robot in order to show our development? Um, and what about the creation of God? Are we really trying to change the law of nature by becoming or showing ourselves advancing day by day through these technologies?
Well, yeah, I got your 2 points. The first one is related to the when you're saying that the new technology is coming, and for that purpose, I will just explain you a little bit that new technology, business is generated only by the introduction of the new technology. Remember, whenever there is a recession, new technology takes over the world and new business generates and new employability and new products need to be designed. Now let's think of that we don't do anything. We communicate in the same manner as we were doing earlier. It's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. But at the same time, nowadays, see the population now and the population at that time. See the number of businesses, number of employments which we have to generate now as compared to, let's say, when we were just becoming independent, when we just got independent, and maybe even from the ancient Indian environment or elsewhere in the whole world. So new technology is our compulsion, has become compulsion, because all governments, everybody, they are compelled to take up the new technology because otherwise they cannot generate the jobs. So it means if you have to study the new technology, work on it, you have to spend more time to have 2-3 meals of the day you were having by having a farmhouse earlier and working in the fields, having some limited number of jobs to do, and there was nothing much, beyond that, except reforming yourself. So therefore, at our ancient times, we used to spend more time on reforming ourselves, and in today's time, that part has taken the back seat because we don't have time for reforming ourselves, for purifying ourselves. Rather, we spend more time on technology because technology brings us the money and food for the family, job for the family. So this is the compulsion. So therefore, let's not, because see, whatever is happening, you always believe that whatever happens is good. This is what is said by the God itself, right? So what we have to do is we have to adapt to in a right manner. We have to adapt to whatever God is. See, if we want to know more about the technology, more about the God, See, more technology means that we are becoming, more intelligent, but we are losing on the self-purification part. But this had to happen. So what we need to do is, now second part is that are we becoming robots? See, we are almost already like a robot, right? Only thing is, even if we consider ourselves as a robot, still if we take up the normal issues which we need to do, we need to walk, we need to do everything, we have to keep a balance. So robots, what we expect is who works 24 hours.
Yes.
And the human being, which is equivalent of robot, I expect him or her to work definitely for more number of hours, but has to keep a balance. So therefore, technology needs more time, more brain power. Brain is required, right? So,
Yes.
but more knowledge leads to lesser movements. So this is obviously, so that's why you will see that people are becoming nowadays more and more, prone to the diseases and all that. So that's fine, this had to happen, but at the same time, we should try to keep a balance. That's all I can say, because this problem is not existing only with me or you or anyone, a few of us. This is existing with 99% of the people, except few people who are residing in the villages and still have liberty and still have such kind of jobs which are related to normal exercise and normal purification process.
Yes.
Probably maybe it was a little different question, so I might have tried to answer. I don't know.
No, that's absolutely fine. I just wanted to convey this, that might mean someday this robotics can change the whole essence of being a human, like the way we were created one day. So
No,
that's
it
the question.
is changing, definitely.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Please. Yeah. Any other question, please?
Yes, please. Anyone else? The hand raise option. Now we have to move for the next session also. I would take a last question. If anyone has a question, Bharti. Bharti, I think Bharti Sai Krupa has just now asked.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I did.
Okay, fine. Okay, she's over. She did. Anyone else can go in for a hand raise option, please, or you can try to post your question over here also. Anyone else is there? Let me finally check it on my WhatsApp, on Telegram also, because some people are messaging me personally also. Okay. Okay, sir. No more questions, I think, further. Okay, sir. Thank you so much for the much informative session. It was really a pleasure having you here, sir. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
And by this we will move on to the next. By this we will move on to the next presentation for today. We will definitely go to now to Dr. Rahul Johari. Technical team, please connect me to Dr. Rahul Johari and check his audio and sound check. Do the sound check, please. Thank you, Professor Dr. Rajiv Kapoor. It was a pleasure being with you. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah. Nice. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Bye-bye. See you.
Okay, take care, sir. Thank you. Now let us have with us Dr. Rahul Johari, technical team. I want you to connect me to Rahul Johari as soon as possible.
Hello, good morning.
Yes, I can see. Okay, yes, sir. I think sir
has
joined.
Good morning, Kunal. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. You are very much audible, sir.
Fine.
Please check your screen sharing also. Is it working?
Yeah, just.
Yes, please, sir. Do it. I cannot see your video, sir. Is it opened?
Are you able to see the PPT?
Yes, fine, sir.
Yes,
I think everything we are good to go with you also. Okay, audience. So thank you for being so patient. We have sent the feedback link, and I can understand there are some queries. Actually, I'm hosting the event, so I cannot. I just cannot rectify your queries right now. Only I am getting lots of messages regarding the registration number and all. You please be patient. Don't worry about anything. You just WhatsApp me your problem along with your name. You just WhatsApp me personally. I'll get it solved each and everything. Don't you worry. Our technical team will help you in everything. Fine. So be patient. Let us just first finish off with this talk. If you are facing any difficulties with your registration number, kindly mail the details to richafec@rkgit.edu.in. richafec@rkgit.edu.in. And you can also WhatsApp me. I'll get it resolved. I'll definitely get back to you. Fine. So now we are moving ahead. We have with us Dr. Rahul. We have with us Dr. Rahul Johri, and it's a profound privilege of mine to introduce Dr. Rahul Johri to all of you. So friends, Dr. Rahul Johri is teaching at University School of Information and Communication Technology, Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University, Dwarka, Delhi. He is a PhD from Department of Computer Science, University of Delhi. Presently, he is the head of software development cell and head and founder of Swinger, Security Wireless IoT Network Group of Engineering and Research Lab. He is Microsoft certified professional and was awarded with Best Teacher Researcher Award at the GGSIP University for the academic year 2013 to 14 and 14 to 15. He is the recipient of the Faculty Research Grant Scheme, GGSIP University, for the academic years 2016-17, 17-18, 18-19, and 19-20. He was chosen for the Albert Nelson Marcus Achievement Award for the year 2018-19 for the professional excellence in the field of computer science. He has 4 international patents published to his credit. His 5 research papers have been judged as best research paper in international conferences. He has delivered over 50 keynote invited talks in our reputed foreign universities like in Moller Churchill College, Cambridge University, UK, Nanyang Technical University, NTU, Singapore, Advanced Information Science Research Center, Shenzhen, China, and in Indian government universities and research organizations like NITTTR Chandigarh, NIT Hamirpur, CDAC Noida, IGDTUW, IIPA, Jawaharlal Nehru University, Delhi Technological University, Delhi University, JP University, JIIT Noida, and many more, etc. With around 75 Scopus Index publications, 20 book chapters, and over 100 publications in leading IEEE, Springer, and eSilver and ACM Index international conferences and journals. I am glad to announce such a profile to you, all of you, of Dr. Rahul Johri. And without taking much time, your host will again take his sign out and leave it over to Dr. Rahul Johri and the audience. You can again ask your questions in the chat box. Our team is continuously monitoring all the chat boxes of YouTube, Zoom, and Facebook also. You people can post your questions there, and you can WhatsApp or Telegram me personally also. I'll try to incorporate your questions. We are about to enter a wonderful presentation now. Over to you, Dr. Johri. Over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kunal. Thank you so much. At the outset, I would like to thank all the FDP organizing team, Dr. Ravindra, Dr. Richa, Dr. Kunal, and Dr. Pavan for inviting me to deliver the talk on the concept, application, and simulation in the opportunistic network. I think some of the fellow faculty members would be aware with the opportunistic network. Even if they are not, I will start with the basic and then we'll cover up to the simulation aspect. So this is briefly about me, which I have, Dr. Kunal have already shared. So I will just scroll on. This is our lab. It's called Swinger, Security Wireless IoT Network Group of Engineering and Research Lab. I've already shared a URL of it in the chat window. So if you're interested in working any of the topic, you can directly contact me. So this is going to be a brief organization of the presentation. We'll discuss about the opportunistic network, how they're different from MANET, some issues in message exchange in the opportunistic network, current routing strategies, evaluation of epidemic routing scheme, and some application and future work, what we can do in the opportunistic network. But first thing first, the introduction. So it was first introduced by the person who is, you can already see on this screen, his image, is Dr. Kevin Fall. He was the first person who actually visualized, conceptualized, and introduced the opportunistic network, which are also called as a delay tolerant network. So opportunistic network are the partition network with intermittent connectivity. Now, since I just heard one of the participants, she belonged to the education. I think the group is heterogeneous in nature. So the network which we use live, the internet, there's a connectivity is live. You are directly connected from the client to the server architecture. But in the case of the network where the intermittent connectivity is there, there is no direct or live connection between the client and the server as such. At times the connectivity is there, at times the connectivity is not there. So that makes the challenging, these networks are challenging, that how do we are able to transfer the messages when the connectivity is not there. That makes it different from the internet. In internet, we have got a live connectivity. 24/7 by 365, the connectivity is there. But that cannot be a situation always. So we will have a network where connectivity may not be live. That is what we call the intermittent connectivity. Sometime it exists and sometime it does not exist for that matter. Now, where this kind of network will exist, we'll see the applications. Then we'll discuss more about it. So primary objective in these networks is to exploit first opportunity to transfer or route the messages over the network. That is the primary objective. Moment the connectivity is there, every node of the network makes sure that is able to transfer the message. And the end-to-end path means the source and the destination node. The end-to-end path may or may not exist between the source and destination for the message exchange. This makes the opportunistic network or DTN different from the internet environment as such. Now we'll start with a comparison of opportunistic network with mobile ad hoc network, the MANET, which are the predecessors for the opportunistic network. The mobile ad hoc network or the MANETs were first introduced by Charles Perkins. So his contribution in the area of wireless networking is immense. He has introduced various routing protocol, the entire architecture for the mobile ad hoc network. So in the case of MANET, the end-to-end path exists due to the overlapping transmission range of the mobile nodes. So we'll have the multiple mobile nodes and they will be existing in the overlapping transmission range of each other. We'll see the example and how they will be existing in the overlapping transmission range. We'll just get a brief idea about it. But in the case of opportunistic network, the end-to-end path may or may not exist for that matter. In MANET, source-based routing schemes cannot be, are they widely used for the message exchange as such. But in the case of the opportunistic network, source-based routing scheme may or may not be useful as such. It depends upon the application scenario where we are deploying the opportunistic network. So in the case of MANET, faster message delivery is the objective, whereas in the case of opportunistic network, message delivery itself is objective as such. So we don't worry about the delay. That is why it is called the delay tolerant. Means those the network which can bear the delay. They are called the opportunistic network or the delay tolerant network, introduced by the Kevin Fall around 10 years back. Now let's take an example where we can have a better visual understanding of the things. Now this is an example of mobile ad hoc network. We can see we have got 4 nodes A, B, C, and D. And all of them are in the overlapping transmission range of each other. So node A has a message for the node D. So node A is a source node D is a destination node. And the message can be delivered using the path A to B to C and to D without any substantial delay, because the nodes are in the overlapping transmission range of each other. So smooth message transmission can take place. But how will the message transmission can take place? For that, wireless network introduce a concept called routings. So we have got multiple number of the routing schemes. Routing, with the word routing itself means you are trying to transfer the message from one node to another node. So you have to follow certain guidelines or protocols for transfer of the messages. So we've got 2 categories of the protocol. One we call the proactive and the other is a reactive. Proactive means where the user or the system administrator or the nodes are familiar that what path they need to take from source to destination. For example, if I'm going from my home to my office, I know what path I have to take. The entire terrain is familiar to me. So I know where to take a right turn, where to take left turn, where is a red light, how many distance it is from my source end as such. But in the case of reactive, I am discovering the path on the fly basis. I really do not know where the destination is, but I'm trying to discover it out. Something like if I'm going to unknown place, we use Google Maps or Google Drives. So it shows me the distance, it shows me the kilometer as such. But in those scenarios where I really do not know where the destination, I'm asking somebody that where this particular location is, and then moving forward. So I'm discovering the path on fly basis. So we got the proactive and the reactive category. So how these they work? Both of them uses the concept called the route request and route reply messages. Some of the example of proactive, if we take, we have got DSDV, destination sequenced distance vector routing protocol. It's one of the most widely popular protocol for the proactive category. Same way we got a reactive category, we use AODV, ad hoc on demand distance vector routing protocol. So we use a particular routing protocol and try to transfer the messages from source to destination. So in this case, let's say A transfer the message B called a route request message RREQ, B forwards it to the C, and C forwards it to the D. So since all the nodes are in the overlapping transmission range and we really know that what the path is, so we are using a proactive category in this case. Now once the message has been delivered to D, which is the destination node, it will reply back to the source node, sending an acknowledgement. That is what we say. So it sends a message called RREP, the route reply message, which goes from D to C, then from C to B, and then from B to A. That is how we say route discovery is done. Means we have been able to track where the destination node is by sending a multiple number of route request messages, which start from the source node, and then we take the help of the multiple intermediate nodes. So in the wireless networking, role of the intermediate node is very important because we require a good cooperation, a good camaraderie spirit, that how a message will be delivered from source to destination using the help of the intermediate node. If the intermediate node don't help me, I will not be able to discover the path. So it is something like a give and take. I give something to somebody and then I can expect the take part also. So good coordination, good friendship is required, because if I need someone today, he might be needing me tomorrow. So it works for both ways. So I will help somebody, he will also help me tomorrow as such. So that is the way the routing gets done. Now that is one way the message get delivered from source to destination A to D. Other alternative option is either A moves closer to the D or D moves closer to the A, just like this. Now A has come directly closer to the D. Now both A and D are in the overlapping transmission range of each other. So now they can directly exchange the messages. So we got two options in MANET. Either we discover the path over the network where mobility is not there, or if either the source or destination themselves move around and they come in the overlapping transmission range, then in the one hop, they can deliver the message to each other. That is what mobile ad hoc networks are. Now they are the predecessors for the opportunistic network. Now let's come to the opportunistic networks. Now here, if we can see, we have got four clusters, what we call four partitions. The first cluster or the first partition have the two nodes A and B in the overlapping transmission range. And then there is a break. There is the connectivity break. Then we got second partition where we got two nodes D and E in the overlapping transmission range. Then we got third partition having only the node F. And then the fourth partition having only the node A. Now, unlike the MANET, we don't have a network where all the nodes are in the overlapping transmission range with each other. So that is what I have written at the bottom. Node B has a message for node D. So B wishes to transfer the message to the node D, but there is a connection break. Now this cannot be delivered in the current scenario using routing scheme for the MANET, because in the case of MANET, we always believe nodes are in the overlapping transmission range. So MANET does not addresses this problem, that what happens if the partitions, if the clusters are there, the partitioned network are there. So in the partition network, the connectivity is missing. The link is missing between the nodes. Now this is where opportunistic network or delay tolerant network comes. Now since the connectivity is not there, I cannot immediately transfer the message. Now this problem is not addressed by the internet environment, because they always believe all the nodes are in the overlapping transmission range, maybe wired or wireless connectivity is there, and they can directly transfer the messages. But this is not the case in this kind of the environment. Message at node B will suffer a delay, and node B will have to wait for the opportunity to forward the message. So what we require, each and every node to have a huge amount of the buffer capacity, so that they can hold on to the message till the connectivity becomes established between the intermediate node. So we also call them store, carry, and forward. Store means you keep on holding on to the message. Carrying means you keep on carrying the message either of your own self, or if the message coming from the other intermediate node. For example, here, if the C want to transfer the message to D, so C will forward it to the B. So B will hold on to its own messages plus which it has received from the C, since the links are bidirectional in nature as well. And then it's a store, carry, and forward means whenever the link gets established, you forward the message to the node. Now, node A comes to the rescue. Node A moves around. Mobility is there, the wireless network. So node A has moved around, and then it comes to the overlapping transmission range of the node B as such. Now, node B will exploit this opportunity because now it sees that opportunity has come, another node has come. It will forward its messages to this intermediate node. So we can see message transfer takes place from the B to the A. So node A comes as an opportunity for the node B and is exploited by the node B for message forwarding. So B is able to forward the message to the intermediate node A. Moving on, A comes to the closer to the D. It comes in the overlapping transmission D. After some amount of time, due to mobility, node A has come in contact with the node D and it delivers the message. Yes, there will be certain amount of the delay. Now delay can span from few seconds to few minutes. So it depends upon the TTL of the message, also how long the message is able to survive. So every message when it's created is marked with a timestamp. So normally in the case of opportunistic network, timestamp is considered as a huge number so that message are able to survive the delays. So A forwards a message to the node D. So in this way, the message from B and C are able to reach to the D with the help of the mobility of the intermediate nodes, which is A in this case as such. That's how the message transfer takes place in the case of the opportunistic network or the delay tolerant network. Now let's come to the environment today's network, where we have got a multiple number of network coexisting together, and we call them the SHIP network. It's called the sparse, hybrid, intermittent, and partitioned network as such. So this broad circle shows multiple networks existing together. So where you can have the manets, where networks, where nodes are in the overlapping transmission range, or we can have the opportunistic network where connectivity gets breakdown, or we can have the IoT networks, Internet of Things network, where routing takes place between the nodes using the MQTT protocol or the COAP protocol. It's called the message queue telemetry transport, MQTT, and COAP is a constraint application protocol. Or I can transfer the message over the cloud and then it reaches to the destination. So in today's environment, we have got the multiple network which are coexisting together in a single case study on a single environment. So I can have the MANET, I can have the opportunistic network, or even I can have the IoT networks, all existing as a part of the broad category called as a SHIP network. That's how the opportunistic network exists. Now let's see some of the examples where I can find the opportunistic network in a real-time environment. It could be a network of nodes installed on city buses running in a town as such. For example, I'm working on a research project where I would like to know what is a temperature, atmospheric temperature or a pressure in various districts of Delhi. So at Delhi, around 70 assembly constituencies. So we know all the buses are moving around in Delhi. So I can have a network of nodes installed on the city buses. So as and when they're moving across different roads and territories of Delhi, they will keep on caching the information about the temperature at that particular domain. So just the movement of the buses can help me to gather the information about all the 70 assembly constituencies in Delhi as such. Or I can have a communication devices installed on the satellites and planets leading to the interplanetary internet project, what we call the IPNs. If you look at some of the examples of the opportunistic network on the Google, when we serve the Google, the NASA is using them for carrying out a communication between the satellites as such. So they have got multiple projects working in this particular domain. or we can have the nodes which are fitted on, carried on by the pigeons or the social beings as such. And when the movement occurs, when the person moves around from one domain to another domain, he becomes a message carrier. He is able to carry the messages. Or it could be the communication devices or the smartphones being carried by the human beings as such. So when I move around, my smartphone also moves around, and that smartphone can have the opportunistic network application deployed on it. And then that application will be able to transfer the messages from source to the destination as such. Some more application we can explore. We see in disaster hit areas. Because in disaster hit areas, the wired and wireless communication is badly hampered due to the natural or man-made calamities. For example, in the Uttarakhand region, we can have the flash floods or the thunderstorm or cyclone. Then in that kind of environment, the networks break down, the wired networks. And we need to establish the network in these disaster hit areas. So this is where the mobile ad hoc networks and the opportunistic network find their place. Because when everything is fine in a flat terrain, we don't accept the delay. So delay are only acceptable when the network is very vulnerable, it is volatile, and it cannot be easily established. For example, in the disaster hit areas where I need to transfer the messages at any cost for helping the relief and rescue operations. Or can be providing communication facilities in the economically infeasible areas where establishment of the wired network is a costly phenomena, and I need to establish a small network on the fly basis catering to very few nodes. So I can use it, I can deploy the MANET or the opportunistic network. Or providing the communication facilities in a difficult terrains, not feasible for setting up a wired and wireless communication. For example, on the Rajasthan, the Thar Desert, I need to establish a network. Or I need to establish a network in the mountainous terrain. Or I need to establish a network on the ocean seabed. So in this kind of environment where it is difficult to establish the wired network, it's always preferred to go for the wireless network. And in the wireless network, we prefer the MANETs as well as the opportunistic network as such, where delay is acceptable. Now, some of the real-time deployment which we can see of the opportunistic network, we have got a many number of applications. Because of paucity of time, I have just covered two. One is a darknet and the other is a ZebraNet. Now, this is a real-life application. The deployment was done in 2004 in Kenya. And what the forest official did there, along with the team, the technical team, to counter the shortfall in the number of zebras, because zebra was poached by the hunters. So what did they do? They start tracking them. So they bounded them with a node having a CPU, flash, radio signals, and the GPS, and then they set them free. So at what time they were moving in, what location they were going in, what place where they're sleeping in, from where they were getting the food, water, they were tracked for almost 1 month as such. So entire mobility traces are now available. So if I want to do a simulation in the opportunistic network, there's a very good site I will share in the chat box called CRAWDAD, CRAWDAD. It's called Community Resource for Archiving Wireless Data at Dartmouth College. Because if I want to do some research work, I want to do some work with my students, or if I am looking for research topic for my PhD, I will always recommend this area, the opportunity network, because here many things need to be done. Because there is no point in doing a research in those areas where stagnation is almost there, where almost everything has been done, and now we are not looking for anything further. But in the case of opportunistic network, many things has to be done. So if I'm looking for a research topic in the PhD, or if I want to do some project with my BTech and MTech students, you can always take up this as a good area as such. Now for these research project, one option is that I generate the data synthetically, artificially. But that, if I write a research paper, the value of the research paper will be less because I'm generating a data. So it's better to use the real-time mobility traces, and then I can simulate them using a simulator. So one of the simulator, I will just give the small simulation. The other, many number of other simulators are also there, so you can explore them. And then in those simulators, you can use this mobility traces to carry out the real-time simulation as such. So ZebraNet entire mobility traces, what was the total number of zebra, where they were moving, what was the message transfer taking place, everything is there in this CRAWDAD site. It's a free of cost, open source. So you don't have to pay anything to anybody. You can directly download the data set from that particular portal. And then all the information was being captured and stored into a base station, the artificial control room established in the forest. The other is a darknet. It's more like what we call the postman based delivery message. Now here, if I want to reach out to the rural areas, the remote areas as such, one option is I go for the postman scenario where postman goes to the villages only once in a while, maybe once in a week or once in a fortnight. Another, we use internet application in rural areas with almost little or no infrastructure, and it can be used when even wireless directional radio is not economically feasible. So they use the vehicle as the data mules. It was developed by the MIT Media Lab and now commercialized by the First Mile Solutions in India. So they have got the nodes which have got huge amount of the buffer capacity. So as and when they come closer to the nodes establish a contact with each other. Now in the DTN, there are 5 kind of the contacts. One is a POSOP, what you call POSOP based contact. First is a persistent contact. O stand for opportunistic, S stand for scheduled, O stand for on demand, and P stand for probabilistic contact. So in the case of the opportunistic network, 5 kind of contact can exist between the 2 nodes when they come in contact with each other, what we call POSOP contact as such. So the message transfer can take place and the nodes can exploit any one of these contact and then they can transfer the messages. Now, some of the issues with the message exchange delivery which can happen in the case of opportunistic network, the end-to-end connectivity may or may not exist between the source and destination. The source-based routing scheme may not be useful, which we have already discussed while taking the example of the MANET. The message exchange is usually achieved due to the mobility of the mobile carrier. So either me, the source myself move around, or the intermediate node helps me to transfer the messages, because intermediate nodes are moving around. So using their mobility, I can transfer the message from source to destination. And the message need to be stored, carry, and forward, because there happens a scenario where the connectivity breaks between the source and destination, or between the 2 intermediate nodes also. In that particular case, the nodes have to store onto the messages as such. So we store, then keep on carrying it. For how much amount of time, we really do not know. So it could be too long and the message may get timed out, or it could be too long and the intermediate node might run out of buffer space and they may have to drop the messages also. So that was a sad scenario of the opportunistic network. But the moment they come in contact with any intermediate node, they immediately forward the message. Then the delay in message exchange is inevitable. It is bound to happen because normally they are deployed in those terrain where it is difficult to establish the economically high wired networks. So they are normally used in the disaster hit areas, in the ocean seabeds, in the desert areas where the delay is acceptable in those kind of the scenarios. And it may happen that the message may spend more time in the buffer space of the node and less time on the transmission media. What we already discussed, the SCAFO concept, store, carry, and the forward concept. Now, the routing schemes of the mobile ad hoc network, just like we discussed the DSDV and the AODV, they cannot be used in the case of the delay tolerant network. So we need to come up with our own routing scheme, because we have seen the fundamental difference. In the case of MANET, all the nodes are in the overlapping transmission range, which is not the case in the case of the opportunistic network. So here routing schemes are categorized under different parameters such as direct delivery, that is one hop delivery, or using the multi-hop routing scheme, where I take the help of the multiple intermediate nodes to transfer the message from source to destination as such. That is one parameter. Second parameter could be a single copy message routing scheme or a multi-copy message routing scheme. In a single copy message routing scheme, only one message flows or transfers from source to destination as such. But in the case of the multi-copy routing scheme, each and every node generates multiple copies of that messages. Now this ensures that the message is able to deliver or reach much more faster from source to destination. That is what we call replicated routing scheme. Because in single copy routing scheme, the message get lost. The entire data has gone. But in the case of multi-copy routing scheme, we have got multiple number of messages of the same copies of the same message, and this one of them will be able to reach to a destination taking any of the path from source to the destination. So replicated routing scheme much more popular as compared to the single message copy forwarding scheme as such. Now, one of the popular routing schemes is what we call the epidemic routing. So nowadays we have already seen the pandemic word is there. So we have got another equally word, smaller localized routing, what we call the epidemic routing scheme, which was first introduced by the Wahadat and Becker of the Duke University. It is more like a rumor mongering. Multiple messages gets generated of the multiple copies of the message get generated of the single message as such. So characteristic feature, nodes gets an opportunity to transfer the messages when it comes in contact with the other nodes. So moment the node comes in contact with any of the node, it will just transfer the message as such. And every opportunity of the message is exploited by the particular node. So a single node may come in contact with multiple nodes, it will pass the same copy of the message to all the nodes as such. Within single copy routing scheme, only it will forward the message to one of the nodes. So it leads to message flooding in the network because the multiple copies, duplicated and replicated copies of the messages start existing within the network as such. That is what we say, multiple message copies exist in the network. So what is the aim? Aim is to maximize the message delivery rate, what we call the MDR. Now MDR is one of the parameter with the help of which we evaluate the efficiency of the routing scheme. So we say MDR is equal to the message delivery rate equal to number of messages delivered divided by number of message generated as such. So if the source node generate, let's say 1000 messages, and out of 1000 messages, 800 messages are able to reach to a destination. So we say 80% is the efficiency of the routing scheme, but only 600 messages are able to reach to a destination. So 60% becomes the efficiency of the routing scheme. So number of messages delivered divided by number of messages generated as such. And yes, we aim to minimize the delay, so minimize the message latency as such. But then delay is acceptable in this kind of the network or environment because they are deployed in those kind of the application where it's difficult to establish the one hop connectivity. Live connectivity is not there, only intermittent connectivity exists. Now let's take an example how the message exchange take place in this kind of the epidemic routing scheme. Let's say we have got two nodes A and B. Now A transfers its list of messages to B. That is what we call the summary vector of the A. Now B has to request the messages from the A. So what does the B do? It uses summary vector of A, add, and what is add the complement of the summary vector at B. Now this helps the B to come out to those to conclusion that this is a list of messages it wants from A to transfer to it as such. So first A sends a list of messages to B. B compare its own list of messages with the list of messages coming from the A, and then it performs this calculation, summary vector of A plus the complement of summary vector of B. Then it comes to the conclusion that this is the list of messages I need from the A as such. And then it sends a request. So second shows the same thing. It is sending that don't transfer me everything. Just transfer me those messages which I'm not aware of. So 2 sends the same thing, and then the transfer of the messages take place from the A to the B. In this case, in this way, using the epidemic routing scheme, the B makes sure that it is not flooded with many number of the messages as such. So only those messages which are unknown, they are transmitted from A to the B. Let's take the example of it. How does it happen in actual? This is a case study that shows the same thing. We have got a network. We have got 3 partitions. The first partition, we have got 2 nodes A and B. They are in the overlapping transmission range. C and D, they are the cluster standalone partitions which have got 1 node each, C and D. Now, if you look at the A, this is a summary vector. A has 3 messages. Their message IDs are M2, M3, and M4. That constitutes the A summary vector. Now we go to the B. B has got 2 messages, so the message ID becomes M1 and M2. So if you look at the summary vector, the M2 message is common as such, and they don't, even if they don't exchange it, they are aware of the existence of this message as such. Now A transfers its message to B. So let us see what will the B do. So we say at the node B, it will create this table, have its own summary vectors, and the IDs of all the messages M1, M2, M3, M4, and M5. Now, if you look at the summary vector of A, it has got the messages. It is aware about the M2, M3, and M4. So for the M1, it becomes 0. It does not aware about the M1. it is about the M2, M3, and M4. So we get the binary digit 1, 1, and 1 for all three of them. And the M5 will become 0. Now we look at the summary vector of B, which is a table here. It is aware about the two messages M1 and M2. So we place the binary digit 1 and 1, it is aware about. But it is not aware about the M3, M4, and M5. So we mark a value 0, 0, and 0 for them. Then we carry out the complement of the summary vector of B. So 0, 0, 1, 1, and 1. And then we carry out the product, because in the case of addition, it can create a problem. We can carry out the product summary vector of A with the product of summary vector of B. So we say 0, 1, 0, then 1, 1, and then 0 into 1 gives me 0. So B sends a request for the message M3 and M4 to A, because it is already aware about the M1 and M2. B, it is not aware about the M3 and M4. So B will only send the, don't send me the copy of the M2. I'm already having a copy of the M2, but just send me the copy of the M3 and M4. In this way, using epidemic routing scheme, nodes are able to efficiently utilize their buffer space. Otherwise, we'll have a multiple message copy. Each and every node will have 4 copies of M1, 9 copies of M2, 7 copies of M3, 8 copies of M4. So what will they do? Using the epidemic routing scheme to efficiently transfer the message and to save the buffer space of the node, they will carry out the small computation, and for whatever we receive 1, the node B will only send a request to the node A that please give me the message copies only of M3 and M4, and don't transfer me more number of the messages as such. That is how the message exchange takes place using the epidemic routing scheme introduced by Wahadat and Becker. So some of the issues that exist here, it's very costly on resources because they are generating multiple number of the copies, and every time you have to do this computation. And remember, we are using the wireless network, and in wireless network, one of the biggest problem is of the buffer space of the node, and second is the battery level. So every time the node is doing the computation, we are losing certain amount of the battery level as such. So they're very costly on the resources. Even the CPU issues are equally there, and they generate large amount of the traffic, leads to congestion as multiple replicated copies exist within the network. So we're going to have multiple copies of M1, M2, M3, and the M4, which are all messages. The problem becomes more severe when the node might have a small amount of the buffer space. But we always say only those nodes should be participate in the opportunistic network which have got a huge amount of the buffer space. So in the simulation, we can see there is a simulator called ONE by the same name, Opportunistic Network Environment Simulator, or we call the ONE simulator as such. Now this is introduced by University of Helsinki, and this is URL of the same. So are we able to see it? Even no problem if you're not able to see, I will share the URL in the chat box. You can download the simulator directly from there. Now we'll come to the simulator, that once you have downloaded the simulator, what we'll do. So I will just share the simulator aspect.
Now should we check what is the problem? Now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What is the problem?
So this is how the simulator look like. It's called, I have opened in the environment called Eclipse. Eclipse is the free of cost IDE, integrated development and environment tool. We can download the Eclipse from the web. It's free of cost. Now the simulator has been programmed in Java programming language, and nowadays we all know Java and Python. You have to learn one of them because both of them are the open source. So we have to be efficient in one of them to learn about, because many number of simulators are nowadays only available in these two programming languages together with MATLAB, and they are already existing. That is no problem because they're all proprietary. Licensing issues are there. But in these kind of simulators, they're all open source, free of cost. You can download from the net and you can start doing the programming in it as such. So here I will just give you an idea how to work on it. Now, once you have downloaded the simulator, we need to open a project here. So what we do here in the Eclipse environment, we go to the file, new, and the project, a Java project as such. That is I've already done. Now the simulator which you have downloaded, we need to open it. So we use open project from the file system. Then you go to the browse and you go to the location where that particular simulator exists, and then you open it up. That is the maximum thing you have to do. Now, once you open it up, it will come in this one, DTN, Delay Tolerant Network or the Opportunistic Network. It will show you multiple number of the folders. Like for example, I've got source, application, core, data, cluster, Helsinki Medium. It's a name of the University of Helsinki. They have introduced this simulator. Then doc, e-file, graphical file. Now what we are concerned is in the simulation of the routing scheme. So what we do here, we go to the routing folder. So we click on the routing, and there are many number of routing schemes which are pre-existing here as such. So we can use any one of them for doing our routing on our simulation within the network as such. So here I can see here we can have the TTN environment, message, floating, message application. Many number of routing schemes exist. So I can use any one of them. So here if you see active router as such, we have got a DSG router as such, epidemic. Now this is epidemic router. This is what we're interested in current presentation. I want to replicate the epidemic routing scheme of the opportunistic network in the one simulator. One is a opportunistic network environment simulator. A free of cost simulator I can download from the Google or the GitHub. The simulator has been programmed in Java programming language. Now, how to open that simulator? I am using Eclipse for it. So you can see at the right ECLIPSC. It's a Java-based IDE, integrated development environment tool, which supports the Java-based simulator as such. Now, within it, there is a folder called routing. And within it, I can see here epidemic router as such. So this is they have already provided the code free of cost. So if I'm a beginner, I'm a naive, I can directly use it for carrying out a simulation as such. And if I want to modify, I want to extend the routing scheme, the code is already there with me. I can open the code, I can modify that particular code as such. But the basic skeletal code, they have already provided for some of the routing schemes. So it becomes useful for me as a researcher or my students from BTech, MTech, or MCA who want to do a research in the area of networking. I can give them the exposure of the opportunistic network or the delay tolerant network. They should be comfortable with the Java programming language because that's a prerequisite for it. And then they can explore the simulator to carry out their projects as well. So basic skeletal code of the routing scheme are available. And then if I want to modify or extend it, I can extend any of the routing scheme. Now, how to activate or run this simulator? So we move on to the file called the default setting file, which is already provided with this simulator. So this is a file called default setting.txt, which I think everyone is able to see. I double click on it and this becomes the code here. Now, if you see the hash entries here, they're all comment entries. That means they are usually going to be ignored by the compiler when it compiles the program. Then I set the scenario that I give the name RKGIT and the scenario, and then it's a simulate connection. So scenario becomes the name of the scenario, and I'm setting the properties of the scenario. So scenario dot simulate connection is equal to true. So if you're familiar with the object-oriented programming concept with the class name dot object name message. So scenario dot simulate connection is equal to true. Then what should be the update interval time? I say every 0.1 second. So I say 0.1. Now, what should be the simulation time? How long it should run? I say 43,200 seconds as such. So I move down the line. Now, there are two kinds of interfaces which this simulator supports. One is a Bluetooth interface and one is a high-speed interface. So this becomes a code for it. Means at what rate I can transfer the data between the two nodes as such. So when I say Bluetooth interface, I say Bluetooth interface, I activate it dot transmission speed and then 250 kilobits per second. I set this transmission. I can increase or decrease it. That's my simulator. I can change the values. And then I set the transmission range. I said 10 meter. So 10 meter becomes the transmission range. Same way I specify the high speed interface. So I said 10 megabytes, 10 Mbps, 10 megabits per second. And the transmission range I specified as a 1000 meter. So I'm setting two kind of the interface. One is a short range and one is a long range interface. Now I will deploy these interface onto the nodes of the opportunistic network. Now what do I do next? I define 6 kind of the host groups. So it's a scenario, which is the current RKGIT scenario, and the number of host group I create them as a 6. Now what will this host group contains? They can contain multiple kind of the nodes which are participating in the network. Or they can be car, they can be trams, they can be pedestrians, they can be vehicles, cycles, any kind of the node. Because I'm taking an example of a network where multiple nodes coexist together in an environment. So these are all comment entries. So when we download the simulator at ease, we can go through them, we can study them without any problem. I will come to the main core code. Now this line is important, wherein I'm specifying to the simulator that you use a routing scheme called epidemic routing scheme. And so group.router is equal to the epidemic router, which believes in the concept of the generating multiple copies of the messages. Then I need to specify the movement model. So I there are multiple movement model, like random walk is there. We can have the path-based movement model. I can have a shortest path-based movement model. So if you go to this simulator, I will just show you, there are multiple number of the movement model already pre-existing. So these are the different number of movement model. On the left hand side, we can see in the package explorer, bus control is there, car movement, evening trip, grid location, map based movement, random direction, stationary movement. So they've already given the code in the .java files. So source code is already there. So we as a programmer, as a developer, or as a person doing the research in this particular area, the code we can always extend and we can customize them to meet our own requirements. So here when we say group.movement model means I'm selecting one of these movement model. So when I say shortest path map based movement model means this code is existing here. This code will get activated for me. So public class shortest path based movement extend and the particular base class. That is how it will go on. So coming back to it, now in this group, which is having multiple number of nodes, I need to specify the buffer space. So I specify, let's say buffer space is 5 megabytes, 5 MB. Then what should be the wait time for the starting wait time to ending wait time? So I can specify how long the destination node will wait for the message to come from the source to the destination. Then I need to specify on the nodes of the group that what is a interface you would like, a Bluetooth interface or a high-speed interface. So I specify a group dot number of interfaces is equal to 1. One specify the Bluetooth. And then I specify the name also, group dot interface 1 is equal to Bluetooth interface. So this is a short range interface as such. Then I need to specify what will the walking speed. So just is a very simple, we just need to familiar the object-oriented programming concept. So all code is very simple. They've already given the code to us. So we use a group class, specify the value of the speed variable and specify the lower limit and the upper limit. So we specify 0.5 meter per second to 1.5 meter per second. Now what should be the TTL of the message, which the nodes of the group generate? So I say group dot message time to live, and I specify 300 minutes, which we know is a 5 hours as such. So it's a long TTL because we know delay is going to happen. So message should be able to survive the delay. Otherwise the message will get timed out very fast as such. Then I create the number of nodes. So let's say I keep the number of nodes of 40. Now I go and create the other group which is called pedestrian, P. Then I create another group called for car. Group 1 was pedestrian. I create another group 2 for car. And then for car, they require the map. So I will use a file called OK map. So it's already there. I activate it by passing the values 1. Then I specify the speed of the car. So 2.7 km per hour to 13.9 km per hour. This is again simulator. I can increase the speed or decrease the speed as such. Then I can specify third group. Now this is for the pedestrian, the walkways. Then I specify the fourth group. This is for the trams. So in trams, T stands for tram. I specify the buffer space, which is 15 megabytes. I need to specify the movement model. So it's a map-based movement model. I specify route type, which is by default value is false. I activate it. I specify the how long the destination will have to wait for the message to come. So minimum 10 and maximum 30. If I want to disable or deactivate any of them, I can just put the hash over it. Hash will make it as a comment entry. It will be ignored by the compiler for that matter. So I just put it as a hash. Whichever value I'm not interested, I will not compilation, it will ignore it. Then what should be the speed of the tram? So I specified 7 km per hour to 10 km per hour. Then the number of the host I would like to be a part of it, I can specify here. The number of interfaces. So I specify both Bluetooth and the high speed interface. Then I specify the next group, which again I specify to be tram types. I specify the buffer space. I can make it 50 MB or 100 MB. And even I can carry out a multiple simulation of the epidemic routing scheme by varying the buffer space, by varying the speed of the tram and the car itself. And then I can have a graph to show in my research paper that is, if a single routing scheme is being used like epidemic, and if I vary the parameters, I can show the comparison in the MDR, the message delivery rate. How many number of messages are able to get delivered in that span of the time. Then I specify the movement model. I'm using a map rate route movement model. I route type, I specify the weight type, speed 7 km per hour to 10 km per hour, number of hosts as 2. I specify another group. Depends upon me how many number of group I would like to have. I specify the route file, the route type, route file, the location is there. So I specify the location of the particular file, then specify the wait time. It's almost a repetition of the parameters. Number of hosts I want that group should contain. Now this is important, the message creation parameter. Now who will generate the message? Either me generate, if I'm going to generate it, so I need to have the actual environment where I can do a research as such. And I actually use the smartphones which have a DTN application deployed on it. If that proves to be expensive, I can download the data set from that particular CRODET site, or there are multiple number of portals which provide free of cost data sets. I can download from them. Or third option, I use a class called message event generator class. Now this class will generate the message for me. So at what interval it will generate the message? Now I can specify 25 to 35. So one message will get generated after every 25 to 35 seconds. So automatically, randomly, it will generate some messages for me as well, because I'm not using any real-time data set. I'm using artificial or synthetic data set. It will generate some random amount of messages. But then what should be the size of the message? I can specify the message size minimum 500 KB and maximum 1 MB as such. So I specify that many number of the message size. Now, how many number of nodes are participating? I can specify the lower range and the upper range. Then I need to specify the prefix, that how will the message look like. So I will always have prefix alphabet of M with them. Then I need to specify my word size, that what will be the size of my network. So I say 4500 by 3400. So I specify X and Y coordinate. Now each and every network, there's certain warm-up time. How much amount of the time should lapse before the actual transfer of the message start taking place. So I specify the time in seconds, that is 1000. Then what kind of files it is going to use? So right now we are all using the files provided by the simulator themselves. So I'm not using any data set from the CRODET side. I'm using a University of Helsinki data set. So they specify the file. I use a file 1, 2, 3, and 4. Predefined file. They're all going to be used by the map-based movement model. Now, if I want to generate the reports, so we got a report class. I set the value of the variable number of reports as 2. If I want to specify the name of the reports, I say report class 1 dot report 1 message status report and the contact time report. Now let's say if I want to run this, this is going to be the main file, default setting file. So I click on the run button here, small triangle, run DTN sim. So are we able to see the simulator? Are we able to get an idea of it, or let me stop sharing and then again start sharing?
Hello.
So this is how the simulator will look like. It will open up a window here, and now I click on it, and I can see the message start transfer over here. This is how the message transfer take place in the simulator. Now on the right hand side, I can see multiple number of nodes which are existing here. For example, we have got pedestrian nodes, we have got car nodes, we have got walkways, we have got trams, and all these nodes are coexisting here as such. And this is all message transfer that start taking place. Now here at this point of time, it is random. The nodes, if you have seen default setting file, I just say keep the message size 500 KB to 1 MB and the message generation interval as 25 to 35 seconds. So randomly nodes are generating the message and the message transfer is taking place. Now who is doing to what? We can go to the event log file. And we can see here, let's say W115 is getting generated at this much amount of time. It has generated 7 messages. So M11, M12, M140, M251, M26, M4, and M5. So if you can look at the bottom of it, the messages are getting delivered, they are getting generated, and they're getting delivered. In the event log, if you can see here, all the messages are getting transferred and generated. Now here, at this point of time, I have not written any single line of code. Whatever is the default code provided by the opportunistic network environment simulator, that we have using it as such. But as a researcher, as a programmer, I can now modify the default code provided to me, and then I can customize that. Let's say I start generating the message from morning 10 a.m. and it should run in the afternoon 12 noon. So for 2 hours, I want to generate messages. Now, who will transfer the message to which node at what point of time? Now, is the message getting delivered or not? So all those code need to be written with the .java file provided for the epidemic routing. At this point of time, it is all random, the way it has been provided by the University of Helsinki as such. That's how the simulation gets done in the opportunistic network environment simulator as such. So any doubt regarding it? ONE simulator or opportunistic network environment? Let's take the question either in the chat window, or you can unmute yourself and discuss it. Any doubts, any questions regarding it?
Okay. So I'm coming in. Are we done, sir, with the presentations?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Now, let us actually, sir, I'm really sorry. I just got away. I'm getting so much queries also, so I'm just resolving them parallelly as well on the WhatsApp, on the Telegram, and all, and on the mails. So that's why, sir, you please exit this full screen mode, sir, of yours.
Okay. So I stop sharing the screen.
No, you can keep it. Because people may ask from that only. Okay. So now I would like the audience. We will go in for the hand raise session for the questions. The presentation was it was a very nice presentation delivered by sir, and I think it was quite knowledgeable for people also. So let us quickly go in for a hand raise session when people can ask questions. Anyone, please would like to ask? Please raise your hand.
So I hope everything is clear to everyone.
And if there is a question, then please WhatsApp me also. I'm checking my WhatsApps. Let me check, sir. Please give me some time. Please spare me a moment.
So whenever all the participants are fellow faculty members only, so whenever you got any doubt, any thing you want to do a Bolton work, I'm
And
sharing my mail
once
ID.
again,
You can
yeah,
always
yeah,
get in
sure,
touch
sir.
with me.
Yeah, sir. You can please write your mail ID in
Yeah, yeah.
the box. Meanwhile, I'll tell you I would just like to clarify to each and everyone who is listening to me right now. Our participants are very much concerned about the feedback forms and attendance links. Dear participants, the motive of this faculty development program is to impart knowledge to everyone, and the certificates will be issued to everyone, or those who will fill both the feedback forms on time. We will consider it for today because of some issues. I think you people were not able to do it on time, or you were not able to access your registration IDs or so. Anything, we will get it sorted out. You can write to us. We will revert you back also. There are two different feedback links, and they are two different links for each day for two different sessions. I hope I am very loud and clear on this. Fine. And they will be posted only in the chat box of YouTube, Facebook, and Zoom. Kindly do not WhatsApp personally asking for them even when the session is not over, because they will be provided once after the session is over. I would request my technical team to please come in with yes, sir.
Inform that the link will be only active for 15 minutes.
Yeah, and the link will also be active for 15 to 20 minutes only, because there is the link is not active for the whole day. Like after the session is over, you cannot fill the feedback forms in the evening, obviously. Fine. So you can, we are posting in the feedback form for the second session by Dr. Rahul Johari sir, and you people can fill the feedback forms. Head sir, are we posting in the first link also? Again, for giving a chance to people, sir, HOD sir?
Please,
Dr.
yes.
Yadav?
Yes,
okay,
yes.
so we are about to post both the links in the chat box now for both these sessions in case anyone has missed it. Yes, sir? Am I right, sir?
No, right now only session 2.
Okay, only session 2 we are doing. We are not posting
we'll
for session 1. Okay,
we'll consider them. We'll consider them for today.
Okay, we'll consider them for session 1. We'll consider them for session 2. Please do it today. If you people are having any issues related to your registration IDs, dear sirs and ma'am, it has been mailed to you. It has been mailed in the chat boxes of all the forums. It has been mailed. It has been WhatsApp on the Telegram and WhatsApp groups too. If then also you are facing any issue, you can fill a dummy ID 0000. We will get it cross-checked and give you a different ID. But you can use the dummy ID 0000 and you can fill off your feedback form. You'll have no issue with that. Fine. So I think we are loud and clear on each and everything now. Now let's move in for a hand raise option. Do we have any questions? Please, anyone? Please raise your hands. I saw somebody raised his hand some time back, but let me finally check it on my WhatsApp and mails also. Please share in the feedback. Yes, I think it has been shared. I suppose there are no questions. Anyone from the organizing team, if wants to ask something, please go ahead. Anyone?
So I thank you all the participants and the organizing team for inviting me to deliver the talk, and especially the participants for listening so patiently. So
yes, sir.
thank you one and all.
It was a pleasure. It was a pleasure. It was a pleasure being with you, sir.
Same
Thank
here,
you so much.
Same here.
Thank Dr. Rahul. Thank you, Dr. Rahul.
Thank you, sir. My pleasure. Welcome, sir.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you so much. So, dear participants, this was all for today. And I just told you that you can use the dummy ID for filling in the feedbacks. Please do fill the feedback. The link is active only for 15 minutes now. And we'll meet tomorrow. We apologize for the extended session for today. It was inaugural ceremony. Sometimes it gets late, but we'll be fixed and on time by tomorrow, which is the scheduled time. You will receive the details regarding the joining links very soon. Probably in 1 or 2 hours, you'll receive all the links. Fine. So thanks for being so patient. Thank you so much. This is your host Kunal signing out. Okay, sir.
Yeah, please.
Okay, fine. That's it. Over to you. Over to you, technical team. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kunal. Thank you very much. Thanks to all the speakers of the day. Technical team, kindly carry this session for 15 minutes more.
Sir, please send the meeting, the feedback link, sorry.
Hello?
Hello, sir, please send the feedback link over
Who is
WhatsApp
speaking?
group.
No. Feedback link will not share in WhatsApp group. You can find out on chat box, YouTube chat box, Facebook chat box, and YouTube chat box also. Okay?
Sir, I'm here on Zoom.
You are on Zoom, so you can find out the chat, feedback link in chat box. In chat box, already feedback link is there. please. Again I am sharing. Okay, again I am sharing. Session 2 link is not working, sir.
Yes, sir. Session 2 link is not working.
This is session 2 link. One minute please. कौन सा फिल किया आपने? एक मिनट.
सर जो आपने अभी शेयर किया है हमने वो भर दिया है, जो आपने सेशन 2 के नाम से डाल रखा है वो वर्क नहीं कर रहा है.
अच्छा, जो अभी डला हुआ है वो चल रहा है ना?
यस सर.
हाँ तो इसे भर दीजिए आप, है ना?
ओके सर.
ओके मैम. अरे सुनो
पटेल
दीपक
सर.
हाँ जी.
सर चल तो रहा है, रिस्पॉन्सेज आ रहे हैं.
अरे एक्चुअली क्या है ना, ये देखो आप चैट बॉक्स में जाओ, जूम की 2 लिंक है. ये AY1 वाला पहले वाला तक है जो चारों मैम ने डाला.
पटेल सर चारों मैम वाला नहीं चल रहा है, आपका चल रहा है, उसको आप
हाँ
क्लियर कर
ओके
दो, लिख दो
हाँ
उसको.
ठीक है ये
तो
एक्चुअली
मैं वो
गलती से डाल दिया. ठीक है
करवा देते हैं.
ठीक है.
हाँ ओके मैम.
ओके.
प्लीज फिल दिस.
पटेल सर.
हाँ जी मैम.
फिर ये फेसबुक पे भी सॉरी यूट्यूब पे भी वही वाला डालो जो चल रहा है, क्योंकि उस पे भी क्वेरीज आ रही है.
जो मैंने डाला वो चल रहा. मैंने यहाँ जो डाला ना, हर जगह जो डाला मैंने वो चल रहा है. ये गलती से डाला हुआ है जो किसी ने डाला ना, ये वाला जो चल नहीं रहा है.
ठीक है.
पटेल सर.
कौन सा?
पटेल सर.
कोई नहीं.
एक्चुअली उसमें क्या हुआ कि उसमें डे 1 पेस्ट हो गया उसके साथ ही, लिंक के साथ, इसलिए उसमें प्रॉब्लम आ रही है. जैसे मैंने उसको डे 1 लिखा.
हाँ डे 1 पेस्ट हो गया.
हाँ
एक्चुअली यूट्यूब लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग चल रही है अभी, इस ग्रुप पे बात मत करो, है ना?
अच्छा.
में फोन पे मोबाइल पे चैट बॉक्स विजिबल नहीं हो रहा है. हेलो सर, प्लीज चैट बॉक्स ओके अब विजिबल है.
विजिबल है ना?
हाँ सर अब विजिबल हो रहा है. हाँ सर.
ओके आई एम शेयरिंग अगेन, है ना? ओके
थैंक यू सर.
Please fill immediately. After some time, response will be closed.
Yes, sir. I'm trying to do it fast.
Yeah.
Rajnish sir, send it again. Session 2 feedback link, send it again.
हाँ. अरे तो फिर तो सारी दुनिया बढ़ देगी ना उसे. अच्छा नहीं मिल रहे उन्हें.
So session 2.
एक मिनट क्या नंबर बताया ना, मुझे बताना. 999 4 times 9 है ना?
रिकॉर्डिंग बंद कर दो. रिकॉर्डिंग बंद कर दीजिए क्या?
सर ये 0000 एक्सेप्ट नहीं कर रहा है, रजिस्ट्रेशन नंबर 0000। अच्छा आईडी 9999 कर। बनिया